Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Greg Davis, who serves with ALCAP and is our honored guest today.
Good morning. Let's bow our heads for prayer. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for another day to be alive, to be well, to be about your business. Lord, I pray today that each of us would take our callings from on high very seriously. Lord, that in word and in deed, that all we do would be in honor of you. Your word tells us that wisdom comes from above, and that it is first pure, peaceable, gentle, and open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits. Let that wisdom guide this proceeding today. Lord, we also ask you that your peace, which passes all understanding, would guard our hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. It's in Jesus' name we pray. If you agree with that, say amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Greg Davis.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shillnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 35 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate's ready to transact business.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now move on to introduction of bills. Any bills? All right, no House messages, no committee reports. Any motions or resolutions? All right, Secretary, call the first bill.
On page 1 of the calendar, House Bill number 1 by Representative Pringle regarding primary elections.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Senators. Good morning. How's my friend today? I'm honored to carry HB 21 before this body today. This simple bill provides a process for electing candidates for U.S. House District numbers 1, 2, 6, and 7.
This is not 26 and 27. This is the district for congressional.
That is correct. And this is only with congressional districts, those particular ones.
Correct.
And this is conditional if and only if a federal court order is issued lifting the current federal injunctions in the relevant cases. Should there be no court order issued, then this bill would have no effect. Should the required order be issued, then this bill would immediately provide a method and a process to quickly and completely comply with the issued federal court orders. Now, we all in this body believe the almost scriptural axiom from our Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. These ideals we here today truly are shared by us together. These shared ideals are ours, and they are recognized by the U.S. Supreme Court in its recent Calais decision. These ideals we seek to fully comply with. Hence, our efforts to pass this bill, HB 1. And to that end, Mr. President, I move for third reading and final passage of HB 1 using the long roll.
Mr. President,
All right,
I'd
Senator
like to
Singleton.
speak to the motion.
All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Abadi, and thank you, Senator, for your opening remarks. While I may differ in your remarks, and I understand that you may see this as a conditional piece, I think it goes a little bit deeper than something being conditional. And for some, it may be just politics, and we're trying to help Washington get a little power for the midterm. Because the courts did not ask us to be here today. They did not. Calais did not ask us to come here and do what we're doing, pre-requested something that may happen. You're a learned man, you're a learned lawyer. You took an oath to bow by the Constitution of the United States and the state of Alabama. Number one, in that oath, you raised that right hand. And here we are right now. If this bill were to pass, violate a 2022 constitutional act that we passed saying that we would not host elections prior to 6 months of a general. And the second part of this is that you understand that the reason why you had to make it conditional is because there is an injunction upon the Secretary of State stating that he would not do any mid-decade redistricting prior to 2030. That's why you had to make the bill conditional. Otherwise, you would have been like Tennessee, Louisiana, and otherwise, and just making it happen. That's why you don't want to come in and draw a particular map and you're reverting back to a map simply because of that injunction that stands in your way. Further, with that injunction, it was also in the Milliken case where the reapportionment chairmen stated, and they named them in the motion, they voluntarily stated that they would not go and do a mid-decade reapportionment prior to 2030. While the court really doesn't hold them under injunction, but I think the court hold them to their word, okay? And so when we saw that, that's why you can't just arbitrarily do what you want to do because of that injunction. And that injunction holds you, and just on Tuesday, I filed a motion through my attorneys to ask the Secretary of State in a show cause to where he was supposed to have answered yesterday afternoon by 5 o'clock. Now, I understand that there was an answer. However, I have not read the answer to what he tried to wiggle out based on what the court told him not to do in terms of moving forward. And the court enjoined him in that action. And so therefore, we are here violating and ignoring what the court said. I do understand that some of you came to town, and I've seen tweets, I've seen people who have said stuff on it and talk about what it is that you came to town to do. Just like you said, you're honored to do this. You're honored to take away somebody's ability to have a voice in Washington. You're honored to do that. That's disappointing to me from you to say that. But it's okay, and you have the right to be honored to do that. I just want you to know when people say how they feel, I want you to know how I feel too then, okay? And I understand that, and that's fine. because my feelings don't matter at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's just a feeling, okay? But your action and your act, what you may vote on, could hurt me and my people for generations and generations to come. It is not just about trying to help Trump in Washington, D.C. to maintain what they want to do in Washington. And let me just give you a little history. In 1965, when the Voting Rights Act was passed, it was a game changer for black folk. Before then, your people, not you, were making my people, not me, have to count jelly beans in a jar just to be able to get the vote. They were asking us to recite the Constitution of the United States, and probably the people who were asking them to do that didn't even know it themselves. You were asking me, so that's what the the Voting Rights Act of 1965 did. It did away with those kinds of tests. That then, because at that time, there were only 72 black elected officials across the United States at that time. By 1980, it was about 1,500, because by that time, we as the black community began to register to vote. We began to participate. We began to vote and have our voice. And we got up to 1,500 elected officials by 1980. That was the year I graduated high school. That was the year I first registered to vote. I turned 18 in 18 in 1980. And so we were young, and we're still young at this as a people. We've just only been voting since 1965. And you are now trying to take that voice away from us, not a voice that we gave ourselves. Because in the 2023 plan that you're trying to go back to now, the court drew those plans. Guess what? Senator Livingston presented a plan. Senator Smitherman presented a plan. Senator Figgers presented a plan. Senator Singleton presented a plan. And guess what the court said to all of us? We don't want your plan. And so the court drew their own plan. But no, first of all, the court came back and asked you all, we, the legislature, to draw a plan. And guess what we did? We gave them our middle finger. I'm going to just say the legislature gave them the middle finger. Okay? And when we gave them our middle finger and didn't do anything, the court said, well, what I'll do is I'll call in my own special master. And the court drew what they thought was fair. The court didn't draw a white district. The court didn't draw a black district. The court drew what they call an opportunity district, which they found that what we were doing was stacking and packing all black folk in Congressional District 6, and there was 27% of the people in the state didn't have a voice. So the court decided to say, we would draw another district because there's deserving, based on population, another voice. And when the court did that, again, they didn't vote black or white. They did an opportunity district. The opportunity, not to say that the opportunity for a black to win, it was an opportunity to give blacks the opportunity to vote for someone of their choice. We just so happened to put up a good black who was electable by the name of Shamari Figgers, who got elected in that position because of his electability, not because of the color of his skin, but because of his electability. And for some reason, and what that did was put a plus in Washington. And I guess that's where y'all draw your line. It's okay for him to be elected, but it's a plus. And for you, for a congressional person to be representing your district, maybe you don't like what he represents for your district, because your district encompasses parts of that congressional district. And I guess that's why you wanted to take this on, because of you don't like what you're getting there. But the voice,
If I may,
yes, please.
I disagree with your.
Okay.
It's not a matter of whether I disagree or like or dislike. Representative and Congressman Shamari is a great individual, and he is a great representative, and I admire him. And he does great, fantastic work, and he is a hard worker. This has nothing to do with the personalities. It has nothing to do with the race. It has something to do with our partisanship and our Republican indeeds and how we're separating. I would like a
You see, that's why I part ways with you, because see, it cuts a little bit deeper over here. You see it just
I
as
understand that.
You see it just as R&Ds.
Correct. And because I want the guy who lives in Jackson, Alabama, who most often drives to Mobile for work, and that corridor on 43 going between Jackson and Mobile,
It's going to be cute, isn't it?
Always connected, yeah. But now the guy in Jackson is represented he never drives to Phoenix City. Very rarely does he go to there, only for whatever reason. That's unusual. And I'm trying to make sure that we are able to get the R's and D's, geographics and economics all combined. That's my interest.
My thing is this.
Southwest Alabama, my interest.
So what we're saying here today then is that, again, we don't believe in what the courts did. You think that what the court did was gerrymander you and put you out of community of interest. They didn't go through all the jingle tests and making sure that they meet jingle for as you concerned.
Look, if I might, you're more in tune to the court cases than I. I'm not a party in these. I'm not, and the court's going to do what the court's got to do and wants to do. That's the courts. That's their authority. They do the interpretation. What we're trying to do here is actually comply with the court's orders and trying to comply with the things that have come down. That's all we're trying to do.
You're not complying, because if you read it, you're not complying. You're actually doing different than what the court wants you to do. Because if you read Alito's opinion, Alito says it very clear that this has nothing to do with Milliken. That Calais has nothing to do with Milliken at this time. It had nothing to do with this particular case. So what you're acting upon is not trying to bring us in compliance of what the court case did, because if that was the case, the court would have ordered us to do that. You wouldn't have had to do this. If the court wanted us all to come in compliance to what they're doing, they would have ordered us to do that, Senator. They didn't order us to do that. They made it very clear that this has nothing to do with Milliken. Alito even wrote that in his opinion. And so when you tell me that, that's where I get off. It says that the racial vote dilution in the most classic form, a minority community that is cohesive in geographic and politics alike, that faces continued adversity and racial division, is split, cracked in this unusual term, so that it loses all electoral influences. And they go on to say the court puts it recently, the cracking, and makes the minority vote unequal to a vote by the minority voter. That's not where I want to read from. Hold up 1 second. I'm going to read it to you here in a second. I got it marked off. But the court clearly said that they were It said the framework has governed the vote dilution claims for the last 4 decades. And indeed, just 3 years ago in Allen, we unequivocally reaffirmed it when sustaining a vote dilution challenge to the Alabama redistricting scheme. They wasn't dealing with us. They wasn't dealing with us at all. Even this is Alito's words. They weren't dealing with us. So for you to come here and say that you're only complying to what Calais said, you're wrong. Because this case was not, decision did not come down on the side of the Voters' Right Act. It came down on the side of the 14th Amendment. Okay? And they found discrimination in that 14th Amendment. And so, therefore, you're telling me that you're trying to do what you say guess what you just said earlier. The court gonna do what the court wanna do, but now you wanna come in and do what you saying that you think the court want us to do. The court is not ordering you to do this. The court is only asking you to allow it to not to do any mid-decade redistricting before 2030. That's what the court asked you to do. That's what it said to the Secretary of State. That's what it said to Senator Livingston, and that's what it said to Pringle. Not to do that. We passed Amendment 4 saying that we wouldn't do that. So everything that you're standing here for principally is untrue. They didn't ask us to do that. And for you to say that, to lead the public to believe that you're doing what Calais says, this doesn't bring you in tune with Calais. But for the injunction, you would have probably come in here and did that. And plus, Alito didn't say that you could do it in the majority opinion. The majority opinion doesn't give you that right to do that. Those other states that you see in Louisiana, where it was a voting rights issue, then maybe they have the right under Calais to be able to do what they are doing. Alabama doesn't have that right. We're a little bit different than everybody else.
You're correct, and I think you're correct also dealing with the injunction. That is the issue, and that's why we're making this completely conditional upon an if.
Well,
So
we're really just wasting taxpayers' money. That's what we're doing. Wasting taxpayer money to shine up that you can show that we in the South, because we're going to stand with the South. Because when you look at TV, not only Alabama, you're doing this, but Tennessee, Georgia, well, Kemp said in Georgia, we're not going to bother. At least he was man enough to stand up and say that. In Indiana, 22 Republicans stood up and said, we're not going with this shenanigans and we're not going to do it. Yeah, 5 of them got beat because Trump put people in their races and 5 of them got beat. But I think that they're okay with that because they stood up for what was right. Some of you have been telling me this ain't right, but ain't nobody willing to stand up for what's right. That's my problem with this. A lot of you don't want to be here today. You ain't want to be here all week because you got primaries. You need to be running. You need to be running. And you don't want to be here. But you did it because you want to satisfy some folks in Washington. When we always sit here and say, we ain't like Washington. I get that from y'all all the time. If we say it public, we be on stages together. We work together. We're not like Washington. But as soon as Washington called on you, you doing exactly what Washington said. We just perpetuating what goes on in Washington. We might as well do it here in the state. I see, you're right. You know I'm telling the truth. That's why you're sitting there smiling.
No, sir, I think it's there's several humorous things passing through my mind at this point, but there is, I think we work together very well. I think we do. I think we see ourselves here in this body as not just colleagues, but closer relationships. We're all friends here. Well, I think we are.
I think so too. Let me just say that I think so too, okay?
Yeah, I think we do, and we do have a disagreement on this. We do. But the disagreements that we're having are not dealing with us individually. It has to deal with the partisanship aspects of where we were, of where we are. It has to deal with where we are ideology when it comes to politics and those type matters. It deals with who's in power. Look, I served in the House, you and I served in the House together, and back then the Democrats were in charge. And I stood up in many, many times to speak against things that were Democratic. It had nothing to do with the race of the person, because there were many times I stood against individuals that were friends and of my same race, challenging them and being obnoxious to them many times, because that was the partisan way we do things. And we're doing that today. But it has to deal with the partisan ideals of where we are, not the individuals, not the race.
But if that makes you rest well at night.
Yesteryear, we're talking about today.
But I hope that makes, I'm sure that that's what keeps you sleeping good at night. But let me just tell you the flip side of that. Because the vote that you're about to take cuts generational to my people. See, obviously, you're talking about what is partisan, and we play these partisan games. Yeah, we play these partisan games. But even when you did DEI, you told me that you didn't think that we were good enough to hold jobs. That's what the message is. That's what the message says. We're not good enough to be in certain positions. When you focus on DEI, when you do things like, I can remember us doing a gang bill that was supposed to be directed at young black and brown boys on the street. We had to show these unintended consequences and got that bill changed. Now, I say we worked well together because we were able to sit down and talk about it.
We were.
Okay? And people were able to see then the unintended consequences. But you didn't call me and ask me of what my feelings was before you decided to accept this bill as your friend and see how I felt about this, whether or not it was just political or whether or not I was going to see it as something much more deeper. You only thought about what you thought about. So nobody can get mad at me for feeling the way that I feel.
And I'm not mad at you.
Okay? I'm just saying
I know,
openly.
Listen, I understand.
All right? Because I see it differently than where you stand.
And that's why we have this body.
And
is
so
to be able to share those differing views that come through, and those differing views are to be discussed as we're doing this today. But this is what America is about.
But you go back to where you was in the House and you stood up against, right? I can say that when we were here in the Senate, and since I've been here in the Senate, they cannot pull a record in my 20 plus years here in the Senate to say that I voted cloture, period. I never voted cloture against a Republican one time when they raised their voice, because I believe in people having a voice. I never voted cloture. Never, ever. The Black Caucus never voted cloture against Republicans when there was only 6 Republicans. I remember when there was only 6 Republicans sitting on that side. Okay? I remember then it got up to 12, and I saw it starting to grow before 2010. But not one time did we vote cloture or invoke cloture against the Republican side of the aisle. Because you know why? Because we understood that even in the Democrats, we were still a minority. And that we still wanted our voice to be heard. And to take your voice away was just like taking mine away. I can remember being a student at Alabama State University. The Ku Klux Klan was marching and wanted to have a march here downtown Montgomery. The students was protesting against the Klan and having a march. There were several of us that said, "Oh, how can we stop them from marching when we've gotten all our freedoms from marching? Let them march." Well, we want to go march. I said, let's let them march, and let's join that march for free speech and free speech only. When that word got out, the march got canceled. Because they didn't want us joining them for free speech and free speech only. because I believe it's free speech. Just like we marched across the Edmonds Petty Bridge was free speech, even though we got met by police and our heads were blooded, but they still unbowed. In that case, there's nothing to say that we are here for the reason that we're here today. We're here just because you all want to say to Washington, I did it, and maybe some of y'all were scared of being primary. But you had already qualified. You ain't got to worry about that. He can't primary you now. You're just doing something to show your other southern states that we with y'all. You came to town saying that you wanted to come to town and right the wrong. Well, you're righting the wrong because the state, the federal government, the courts, let me mind you, 2 Trump appointees and a Reagan appointee said to this legislature, you are wrong. And they said some words like, this is the most hateful, racist legislature that they ever seen. And I may be paraphrasing them. And they said that, and they asked us to come back and redraw the map, and we didn't. And you defied the court, and the court decided that they would write their own. And this is my statement I wanted to read from Alito. Alito said, nothing, nothing in Allen versus Milliken, 599 U.S. 1, dictates a different result. Nothing dictates a different result in Allen and Milliken. The case merely addresses whether Alabama Nova evidentiary standards required a change to existing Section 2 precedent. Allen did not address whether race-based redistricting under Section 2 could extend indefinitely into the future despite significant change in condition. It said nothing in Calais desires a different results in Milliken. And you trying to predicate something based on a condition, if they were to raise this injunction and allow the Secretary of State to move forward, that now you put something in place that I think you now go back to a 14th Amendment violation. You go right back to that. So the court clearly says that. So we're just exercising some right up here you think we have to do this, and you're not putting anything in place when there's nothing to put in place. There's nothing to put in place. Your condition is unconditional. There's nothing to do. You're a learned lawyer. You want me to bring it to you so you can read it and interpret it yourself?
I know, I've read it.
I want you to see the word. Did you ever read that statement?
Sir. I've read it.
You read it?
Yes, sir.
So if you read it and you understand it, so that means that you're saying to the court, we don't care what you said. We're just going to do what we do, but then you're going to make it like you were in light of what the court wanted us to do in Calais. And that's not what the court wanted us in Alabama to do in Calais. Would you agree?
Look, you've got the courts arguing amongst themselves very often.
No. Not in this case, they're not.
Now, look, all I'm saying is let the courts figure this out. These are matters.
The court has already figured it out. They already figured it out. They figured it out because if, in fact, the ruling of Calais will stand until Congress either passes something different and set a new set of standards, okay? Calais will stand until then. So they have already figured it out. But they've said that in Milliken that they don't need to do anything in this case. So if you're saying let the court figure it out, it sounds like you're trying to figure it out for the court by having us here. You're trying to figure it out. You're trying to put your thing in place for the court. If we're going to do that, then let's go on and adjourn and let the court figure it out. If that's what you truly believe, then let's let the court figure it out. Because you are trying to figure it out for the courts. You can't argue about what Alito said. If you're going to make the statement that you made, the courts are not arguing among themselves. They're very clear about what they did. Because the new test under the Voting Rights Act in a Calais will apply until they overrule Milliken. And they have not overruled Milliken yet. Milliken, again, was a 14th Amendment issue. Calais is a voting right Second Amendment issue. The state of Alabama, under Section 3, had the right to bail in, but they chose not to and wanted to take their chances on appeal. So if you want the court to work its way out, let's just wait and let the court work its way out. Because motions are being filed every day. If you really and truly believe in that, let's just go home and let the court work it out. But you don't really believe that, because we got to have these pomps and circumstances for the guy in Washington. Because the big man that sent down to his words and told y'all, we can't lose this midterm because I might go to jail. Other folk might go to jail. We might stop the war. The Epstein files are going to come out if Democrats get in power. They're going to show that I'm really a little pedophile with little children. So y'all want to continue. Now you're protecting that. You want to give him the vote in Washington by taking a vote and a voice away from us, because that's the side of the political game that you want to say that you're playing. This is not about you wanting to do what's right in the state of Alabama and draw some line, because if you really wanted to do that, you'd have sit down and pencil some line. You feel like, I want to go back to a map that you feel has already gone through the system, that already been adjudicated, and we can just accept that and we go on and our hands are clean. And we do it conditionally only if it is lifted. But you know what? You can't do anything else. You have no other choice but to draw the legislation up in this manner. You have no other argument to do there. And so I think that we're in a bind here. And y'all are trying to make a way out of that bind by setting up a condition that you know that it's not going to go anywhere. And so because now, I hadn't read what the Secretary of State answered yesterday, because he had until 5 o'clock on yesterday to answer based on the maps that the special master, the injunction under the Milliken case. So, Senator, I would hope that if you want to do the right thing, we ask the pro tem just to come on back up here. We can go home. It's 10 o'clock. You can get back out there and campaign. I know there's several folks who've been tweeting out and telling folks that they came to Montgomery and they've been doing the right thing. I know some of you wanted an all-red map, which will totally be in defiance of what the court has ordered. It may work under Calais in 2030. Now, Senator, in 2030 now, you could probably come back and draw that map if you want to under the Calais principle, because then they may lift Milliken at that time. And then under Calais, you could probably do what it is that you want to do, because guess what? The court is giving you a new test that it can be based on partisanship and not based on race. So why are we rushing? This is all playing to Trump. This is all playing to Washington. And again, when we say we're not about what Washington wants to do. And so when we look at Amendment 4, and even the state constitution does not allow us to do mid-decade redistricting. And again, we took the oath to say that we would obey the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Alabama, and we want to violate our own Constitution in an act of defiance to the court. We continue to stick the middle finger to the court, telling the court that they are wrong and the things that they have done. The court did not draw, again, a black map. It did not draw a white map. It drew an opportunity map, giving us the opportunity to elect the person of our choice. And the person of our choice just so happened to be an African-American candidate. That district, in that district, it's about 50-50 almost. We'll just say it's almost a 50-50 district. Okay? And it didn't just go straight down racial lines in the votes. The candidate who won received white votes out of boxes that we know that were majority white boxes in this state, in that district. He won votes out of those boxes. So the people chose a candidate that they wanted. The people could have did the same thing. Black voters could have voted, and there probably some black voters who voted for Miss Caroline because they probably knew her and her family. Big family, big rich family. They know her. They probably voted for her. But we don't, and we saw that in some of those boxes. Just like we know that there were blacks who voted for Trump. People vote based on who they want. You didn't have to sit here and talk about you're doing what Calais wanted you to do. Calais didn't order you to do this. Calais didn't order this at all. The court, again, said nothing, no thing in Milliken dictates a different result of what Milliken already has. That's Justice Alito, one of the most conservative judges on the courts. One of the most conservative judges on the court. Do you realize that there was a case called Mobile versus Bolden in 1982? By the time the reauthorization of the voter rights came up, again, we're probably the only people in this nation that have to ask Congress to reauthorize the right for us to have the vote under protections.
Say that again.
We're the only people in this country, black folk, under the Voters' Right Act, have to ask Congress to allow us to have the reauthorization for our voting rights in this country. Bush gave us 25 years. So that 25 years is not up. So I don't know what president is that 25 years is going to fall under. They may totally decide not to reauthorize the Voter Right Act. Okay? We're the only race of people got to ask for protection of our voters' right simply because the way people were doing us. That's what the Voter Right Act did. And in 1982, because when it came under, Kennedy gave us like 5 or 7 years. The next president gave us another 5 years. And it wasn't, I think Reagan, it didn't fall under Reagan. So by the time it got to Bush 1, Bush 1 gave us some years, and Bush 2 one who gave us 25 years when it extended to him. So that 25 years not up yet. We got a couple of years left on that 25 years for reauthorization of the Voters' Right Act. That's why Congressman Sewell has been pushing for the John Lewis Voters' Right Act in Congress. because of all of the things that are going on. And see, by 1982, in the Bowling case did almost what the Calais case did. It said that you had to show intentional racism and the intent to dilute the vote. Basically what Calais is saying today. And guess who was the person who was working in the Civil Rights Division at that time, who worked on those and went before Congress trying to protect, who was trying to protect bowling, was John Roberts, the Chief Justice now. He never really liked the Voters' Rights Act. He tell you, it's written, his writings. He really thought it was totally unfair all the time. So I'm not surprised what the Roberts Court has done. But at the end of the day, he's done some good things. He's a learned man that I respect. His ability to see in the direct cases in his court, because he was lifted to Chief Justice by Clinton, a Democrat, appointed by Reagan, got there by Clinton. So by that time, the Congress of the United States Congress said, no, that wasn't our intent, what Bowling just ruled. Then Congress took it upon themselves that set a new standard by which we were abiding by through Jingles and everybody else up until this time of Calais. And so Congress also have the right to come back and overrule and set new standards based on what Calais said. And so we're just here to do nothing. And so this is where I just want to get on the record with you. We ain't got no business being here. I think that we're in defiance of the courts. I think the court is going to allow us to hear that, because the motion that we filed to show cause, with the Secretary of State to lift this injunction, I think that the courts usually, on show cause hearing, usually deny them, but they granted that motion for show cause. It says to me that the court is paying attention to what we're doing over here, Senator. And when we look at Amendment 4, and we talk about what is constitutional, this bill even takes away the ability to have a runoff. Is that fair? Because guess what? I don't know why you don't put a runoff in it, because I guess you know you can't push November 8th, the November election past its time. Because if you had to have a runoff based on your timetable, it would push the election past the general election. Because for people to qualify, run off, and then get there. But under the Amendment 4 that we passed, 6 months from the election would have been May 1st. We're already violating our Constitution, that based on your conditional map, if it is lifted, the condition that you are putting in place is in violation of the Constitution. Yes. And that bill, thank you, Senator, was sponsored by your party, was sponsored by Representative Carnes, co-sponsored by Representative Mooney, Drake, Standridge, Wingo, Fluker, Garrett, Farley, and Treadaway, some of the most conservatives in the House. Some of the most staunch conservatives in the House. They don't get no more conservative than Carnes and Mooney. So they saw this, and I think we even voted for it up here. It was a good bill. You believed in it because you voted on it. So why are we going to go back and break our Constitution? That's what this is 26, that was 22. It's still an infant. It's still an infant. It's still sucking the bottle. It's still on a pacifier. It is still an infant. The law haven't even had an opportunity to go into practice yet. And we're already ready to violate it. The Constitutional Amendment is the highest law in the land. A Constitutional Amendment in the state is the highest law in the state. It overrules a statute, as you know. And so we want to now take these oaths, and now we want to break it intentionally. Because guess what? You're not changing it with another constitutional amendment. You're only trying to change it with an act, which is going to be a problem in court. If you were putting this to a constitutional amendment to change it, then that would be a difference. You're breaking a constitutional amendment with an act, which does not supersede the constitutional amendment. How does that work? Could you explain that to me, how that work? How's that going to work? How you going to get past the constitutional muster of our own Constitution, not the United States Constitution, but just the Constitution in the state of Alabama? How are we going to get past that? And we always talk about what the people want. This is what the people wanted. The people voted for this. That's why we put it out there for the people. The people said yes, overwhelmingly, that they wanted this. I think it was more than 54%, 56% of the votes wanted this. 83% of the folks wanted this. That went across party lines. Because I know I told my people, yeah, vote for it. I even went on the radio, told people, they were asking me, how do we vote on this amendment? Yeah, vote for it. Just like the two amendments we got on the ballot now. The one with shooting in a car, the occupants shooting in a car, and the one yeah. I told them, yeah. Good amendments. Vote on them. We were here. How are we going to get past that? Because I can tell you right now, strategically, if in fact they do lift it, I'm certainly going to be filing an action in court, in state court, based on it, just on our own state constitution that you're in violation of. I know you got a court over there, a 9-0 court. That's all they ever rule, 9-0. You will never get a dissent from the Alabama Supreme Court. I don't think I ever read a dissenting opinion over there. It's always 9-0 over there. And maybe you feel like you got them in your pocket. But it's going to be hard for them to look at the people in their face and say what y'all did was wrong. And we're going to allow this statute to supersede and proceed over the constitutional amendment. It's going to be hard for you to do that. That's just a state action. And and I know our time is going, and I've spent a time here talking to you. I want to give some of my other colleagues an opportunity to talk, and I will come back unless you all decide y'all tired of hearing us talk. I tried to come with what I thought was more of the legal arguments to you this morning, try to help you would see it, being that you was a learned lawyer. Understand where we are and why we are where we are.
I appreciate gentlemen's, my friends, coming with that logical and legal analysis. I do. I appreciate it.
See, it is not just an analysis. I read to you. I said to you what the court said. It wasn't my analysis. I'm telling you what the court said. Unlike you, who want to say, we are doing what we think Calais wanted us to do, and I think that that's just your opinion of what you want Calais to do. Because you heard Calais and you rushed to it. You didn't read what Alito actually said before you rushed to come here. Y'all probably got it after you got here. And maybe the attorneys on your side is telling you, maybe we can get past that and we'll try to work through it. And maybe that's why you're saying, let the court work it out. Maybe the attorneys on your side, but let me just say, those attorneys that was on the side for the state of Alabama, they didn't do a good job in court. They didn't. I was almost embarrassed at some of the things that they were saying and how it was happening because it represented the state. They didn't do a good job. That's why we're where we are. Because had they done a good job, I think that they could have probably convinced those justices that we didn't need this new district. But this court, and then plus we as a legislature also turned around and said to those people, those justices, that we don't care what y'all think. We don't care. You wouldn't even convene us back into place. The governor wouldn't even convene us back in because I'm sure leadership said to her, don't call us in to draw another map. Let's just wait on, because y'all were really waiting on the Louisiana decision. You thought it would have come earlier before all of those maps came because it was already told that the Louisiana decision may be the decision. At first it was the North Carolina decision. Then North Carolina didn't do what we wanted it to do. Then we started predicating on the Louisiana decision. And now here we are. As soon as you heard that the Louisiana came down, man, you called the special session on the Monday that the list would come out, where the court would either grant certiorari or deny motions or vacate motions or send motions back and remand motions back to courts, and Alabama didn't make the list. So they didn't lift it. So you're still sitting around waiting on this Supreme Court or this 3-judge court panel to lift this injunction. They didn't lift it all week yet. And you're hopefully that within your time frame in your bill that they would do it before then. And that's why you put the caveat out there, well, if they don't, then we just go back to where we were. You're going back to where the court put us. We didn't do it. Certainly you or your side didn't do it. Certainly this legislature as a whole didn't do it. Certainly they didn't accept my map. They didn't accept Senator Smitherman map. They did not accept Senator Livingston map. They did not accept Senator Figure's maps. They said we would draw our own map. They employed 2 special masters, one that they thought was Democrat leaning and one they felt that was Republican leaning. And they put them in a room and they came up with what we say is 2 opportunity districts that is fair. So you all are saying today that the court wasn't fair, that you want to go back to the old Barry Moe district, the Carl district, I guess that's what his name is. Whoever your guy was before, who was before Congressman Figures?
Jerry Carl.
Jerry Carl. You want to go back to the old Jerry Carl district. That's what you want to do. Well, I would tell you that district, where you said go all the way to Phoenix City, well, maybe there are some people in the Wiregrass who don't have nothing to do with Mobile and Baldwin County also. That district itself, if you want to say that, it could be the same thing. You make that argument that there's nothing in common with somebody in Phoenix City in Atmore, Alabama. Well, there may not be something in the Wiregrass in Mobile or in Baldwin County with those people in common. But the court has to draw maps based on about 600,000 people. So you're going to get out, you're not going to get 600,000 people in one little area with a state that only has 5 million people in it. You're going to have to go across some area and terrain to get 600,000 people based on the numbers that Congress have. And when they're doing a zero deviation, they don't do a plus or minus 1 up or down, a plus or minus 5 up or down. They do zero deviations. So if that is the case, you're going to have to go in some places like what Congressional District 6 does, come out of Birmingham area and come down through the Black Belt and get, because those counties in the Black Belt are smaller in population, to pick up numbers to make up that 600 plus thousand. You're going to have to come from the Wiregrass all the way over and get down to Mobile and Baldwin County in the district you want to get 600,000 people.
You're more in tune with this than I. You speak of deviations. What are you talking about, deviations?
Well, the deviation says that it's going to be plus or minus 5. They set a number. If the number is 600,000, when they divide the nation up based on the population, they come up with that common denominator, right? And so what they do, they say that if it's going to be 600,000, 600,000 people will be in that district.
So it's simply a number of 600,000 to a range of 1% or 2%.
Yes.
Is that right?
Not even 1% on the congressional district. Alabama, we can do deviations up to 5% in states. Because I remember one year we did it based on a 1% deviation. Then we went back in these last maps that we did 5% deviations. You can go plus above that 5%, or you can go 5% below that and still become with. That's why my district may have 148,000, yours may have 155,000. But the 150,000 is our sweet spot, okay? So that's how we deal with those deviations. And so, but Congress have a zero deviation. So you gotta go out and get that 600,000 or whatever that number, I know it used to be 600,000. Go out and get that 600,000, and that's that number. That's that sweet spot, and that's where it stays. They don't get to go up or go down in Congress, okay? And so when you do that, you're gonna stretch across a state that is rural and only has about 5 million people in it. You're gonna have to go across some counties because there's no counties outside of Jefferson and maybe Montgomery and Huntsville, the 65 quarter, that may have 600,000 people in them at one area, okay? And so you can't do that in a whole lot of places across the state of Alabama. So it's gonna you're gonna draw some lines that's gonna go across the map and put 5, 6, 7, 8 counties in a congressional district, 10, 12 counties in a congressional district just to make up those numbers. And that's not gerrymandering. Okay? That is just making the numbers. No one's snaking across the area to get something somewhere, unlike what they say was happening in the Louisiana case. We're not doing that here in Alabama. That is not the case here in Alabama. So for you all to come to town and say that we want to stop all this partisan gerrymandering for what has been drawn, we didn't draw it. Remember, when you say that, it's only an indictment on yourself. Because we, the legislatures, only somebody can draw the maps. Well, Congress can't even draw their own maps. We have to draw their maps for them.
Well, and look, you're correct. These were drawn in a partisan way. We did draw them in a way that would benefit Republicans. That's kind of what we're supposed to do, I thought, is to be able to draw things based on how the partisanship and the voters elect. So all
right, time's expired on your...
Would you repeat that?
Senator Singleton, time's expired on your first hour.
Mr. Champ, come on.
It's fine. I'm going to recognize whoever you want to speak
okay.
now. I mean...
I just want him to come on up.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, he's got, you know... All right, Senator Smith, you want to be recognized? Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield without losing my time.
Your time to Senator Singleton? All right, got it.
At this moment.
All right, Senator Singleton.
Yeah, and I'll be very brief. You were saying what now about that last statement you made? I just wanted to answer it.
I was agreeing with you that the maps we drew were partisan. They were designed to benefit Republican Party.
We didn't draw the maps.
Well, I understand.
We didn't draw the maps.
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to tell you now. We did draw maps that was partisan, and that's why the court felt that they were unconstitutional. That's why they felt that they violated the Voting Rights Act in order the 14th Amendment. And that's why what we did was wrong. I agree with you saying that. You're absolutely right. You drew them, because I remember back in 2010, one of the first maps, when Senator Dow was over reapportionment, they started out with the 8 black districts first when we were drawing maps, just to say that we got them out of the way, and then you drew everything around. That was purely race-based. That was pure race-based. But these are not. The court drew these maps in a manner which was race-neutral and blind.
No, that's where we disagree. I did not say that they were race-based. I said they were based upon the partisan.
I understand that. I was letting you know that they weren't. I wasn't saying you said they were race.
Okay.
I wasn't saying. I said the court drew these maps using not race nor partisanship. The court drew a map based on what they call race neutrality.
Create opportunity.
Created opportunity district. And not only in this case, but even in the Senate district case, which was SB1, that we ran out of here before we got a chance to talk about it with the alarms, okay? They drew opportunity districts in that district. That map, what we're doing here, is just to try to help one of our members. That's what we did that for. We didn't even have to be here today on that. You took an opportunity to do that. But all of that is still predicated upon them lifting the jurisdiction over the state of Alabama, where we have enjoined the West Alabama, the Secretary of State, from holding mid-decade reapportionments, and that he said that he would not do anything until 2030. That's it. I yield back to the gentleman from Jefferson, and if there's time permit, I'll come back because there's some closing remarks that I do want to make. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Singleton. Senator Smitherman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Good morning. And I do consider you a friend. The problem is not just you yourself, but the problem is that I thought that people had a concern heart for people. I thought that. I really did. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I thought that. I thought that people were concerned about whether people was denied or mistreated. I thought that. I tried to show the same thing that I thought that I could see in other people, myself. I think that I'll just start back with Wednesday night. We were sitting here in this body Wednesday night. It was storming like I don't know what outside. The alarm went off. I was at the mic. It said that the alarm meant that we had to go. I stepped from the mic. There was a decision made that no, we didn't have to go right then. So I had the opportunity to be back at the mic. And I don't know what to call it, but just what I have to call it. In your desires to not care one bit what would happen to 30% of the people in this state who are black, you rush with a vengeance of not concerning. I'm gonna be light with the way I said things, not concerning, and rushed up there to throw a closure petition. You were falling all over each other to throw the closure petition. And then you didn't realize that because we were in imminent danger in here, that the time it was going to take for the closure petition to be voted on, the time that you have to let it lay there, the time that it would have took to have the bill read, which is a constitutional right, and the time that it would take to have a roll call vote. You didn't have that time in this body. Half of y'all was standing at the door already, which you did the right thing. Now, we had two choices. We had a choice of you standing here with me standing up at this mic, the gas in the building spread, the building blow up, and we all died together. Together. And I'm not being funny and comical. I'm being very serious. I just want everybody to understand that. Because this matter is nothing funny to me. I ain't saying it's funny to nobody else, but there's nothing funny about what's getting ready to try to take place in this building today. But yet, because of the consideration for your safety and what was going to happen to you, I yield this mic back to the sponsor, and I didn't have to do it. Yeah, you may have passed it Thursday or passed it today, but you wasn't going to pass it that night. That's what the senator was talking about. Not one time have we exhibited the mean spiritedness I've seen in this regard for 30% of our citizens in here for the sake of politics. We're playing with people's lives for the sake of politics. And that's the concern that all these people sitting over here have. That's the concern. See, in the 60s, when we had the move to try to get the Voters' Right Act, there were people of courage and stood for an element that's called right and wrong, who look just like y'all. When we had that committee meeting up there were folks sitting up there who was concerned with the same thing, look just like y'all. But I can't find anybody in here that's got the courage to stand up for what's right and wrong. We talk about partisanship. Partisanship has nothing to do with equal protection and people having an opportunity to have representation. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever. What you all are doing are bringing the ballot from Washington and you're battling it here. We ain't never operated like the way y'all operating right now this week. I've been here 32 years. There ain't but one person been in this body longer than me. I've seen everything that has happened in here. I've never seen it like this. Even after 2010, it was not like this. You get offended when people tell you what's really going on. You don't want any people to say anything that's going to hurt your feelings. But you want to destroy black people's whole existence. But you want to be sensitive about if somebody used certain words. Understand what I'm saying? You don't want, that's the whole reason we had this thing with DEI. That's the whole reason we had all this thing about history. Because you don't want the truth to be told, no matter how good or bad it looks. You want to camouflage it. You want to camouflage it. But the reality, it is what it is. You can use any word that you want to use, but the action is that you are denying black people an opportunity to participate who had to die, to just have the right to vote and pick the person they want. They had to die. They had to be beat. They had to be tortured. They had to be fired on their jobs. All because they wanted the opportunity to vote. And now we want to, under the name of partisanship, make ourselves feel good that that's justifiable to denying 30% of the people to have an opportunity to vote. You can't reduce it to D and R's. You can't reduce it to D and R's. Because I ain't up there standing up for no banner for no party. So I ain't in that comparison that you giving. There may be people standing up talking, I'm fighting for D's or whatever. I'm not up here for D's. I'm up here for black citizens who opportunity to vote is being denied. Yeah, I represent everybody, black and white citizens. But the black citizens are the ones who this action is going to deny the opportunity to even have to elect the person of their choice. So that's why. So let's don't get it confused and make ourselves feel good that we are up here in a partisan thing and we are not in that in a situation where we are taking the right from black people. You can tell yourself whatever you want to, but no matter what you say about a duck is a duck. You can call it a dog, cat, what you want to, but the duck is the duck. And that's what's happening in here. Because see, it's my job to do one thing, whether you try to block it off or not. It's to be your conscience. Whether you listening to it or not, makes no difference. That's my job. It's to be your conscience. To let you understand what you are doing to people. And to come privately and tell someone, well, I really don't feel like that. If you vote like that, that's the way you feel. See, it ain't no shamming. It's no shamming in the deal. That's how you feel. That you don't care about them. You don't care about the 30% of the citizens in here having an opportunity to elect the person that they feel that they want to represent them. So let's just get that straight from the beginning. All this, how should I put it? All this camouflage, if you want to call it. All this camouflage we putting up. Let's peel the camouflage back and just say what it is. That's all I'm saying. Just put that, listen, at the end of the day, I got enough common sense to know what's going to take place. Well, let's call it for what it is. Let's don't try to camouflage it. No. Not at all. Now, when I talk about people treating people fair, the element, I'll just say it like this. When I had the opportunity to sit up in that seat up there, I worked to make sure that you all who were in the minority had representation. We had deputy chairs, co-chairs, chairman of subcommittees, and everything else. Y'all ain't put us on one committee since y'all took over. You just got to call for what it is. You ain't even offered to do nothing like that. But yet you want to say everybody's being fair and we treat people right. The Bible said, do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's what I did. I did unto you all like I thought you all were going to do unto us. Right. The proof is in the pudding. And if folks sitting right over there know I'm telling the truth. They know it. And the biggest example when you start talking about partisanship that I can give you is the last day that I sat up in that chair. The last day when the senator from up in, what is that, Winfield, Russellville, up in that area, who was a Democrat at that time, and I won't call his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about, went to that mic right there and tried to make a partisan move on a senator from Dothan who happened to be a banker and who was a member of your party, and moved to try to sine-die us out of here so she would not be able to get nothing to take back home. We sat in here and waited on an executive amendment to come from the governor so that she could get what she needed. 34 of us, 34, that include Republicans and Democrats, got what we wanted. And I walked out from up in that seat and came to this mic with him being over there defending a Republican and told him that it ain't right and we are not gonna leave. They called for the vote and I asked the body to support me. And the body supported me 24-11 that we were not gonna sign a die so she could get what she needed. Where are people like that over there? Where are they? They got the courage. I'm the president pro tem of the Senate, and I go against my whole body to do what's right. Where is that person's or persons over there? That's my question. Who got the guts to, when you're in your meeting up there, to stand up and challenge your colleagues against right and wrong? That's where we are today. That's where we are right here. Whether or not you got the courage to do what's right or you want to play politics. That's what I'm talking about. Now, we find ourselves here today in this special session. First thing that concerns me is that we are in here trying to erase black political representation. You can call partisan all you want to. You can call Democrats and all that you want to, but it ain't about no Democrats and Republicans in the state of Alabama. I don't know what's happening up there in Congress, but it ain't about that. And if you look at it closely, now probably about 90% of the bills we got in here is voted, 95 probably, unless it's your wedge issues, are voted by everybody in here. Every award that you all get from these people who have interests, the same thing happened to these people over here. Talk about voting records and being partisan. Listen, I put my record up right beside anybody in here when it comes to issues, whether it be business or anything else. So to come in here and start talking this partisan stuff, ain't nobody partisan. That's the screen that you're putting up to justify taking our voting rights away. That's what it is. And it ain't like you don't know the difference, because that's what we over here are sharing with you, what you are doing. And that's what you are doing. As I look in this room, there's very few of you all that was involved when we went from segregation to integration. In that period, it was nobody in Congress, there was nobody in this body until Michael Figures and a few others came in this body who looked like us. And the reason that happened, it was because of the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act that Congress passed. Not us in the state, but Congress passed. Prior to that, most of y'all have seen this picture. This picture stays in my office because it's a reminder to me that these were the last black elected officials in Congress and in the state government before Reconstruction. The reason I have that picture in there, because I knew that there were going to be efforts to eliminate black people to have the opportunity to do this. Because you see, I was a product of segregation than integration. I was the generation who in the 10th grade, Jim Crow was legal. And who in the 11th grade, Jim Crow was illegal. I've seen what I'm seeing now. Some of y'all may not even know what you're doing now, but I've seen it. I've lived it. Yes, lived it. I've lived it. That's why you heard me talk about seeing folks, requiring folks to count how many jelly beans in a jar. All that is the reason they had Section 2, pre-clearance, because the intentional moves to deny black people the opportunity to participate and elect the person of their choice and to vote. What the senator was saying about the court is true. It ain't nothing partisan about those rulings in these districts that the court drew. It's nothing. There ain't even majority black districts. Nothing. But the court said that everybody ought to have a fair opportunity. That's why they call them an opportunity district. My opportunity shouldn't be less fair than yours because I'm black. No matter what people think about black people in their history or now. If I'm a citizen of this country and I'm under the Constitution, I have the same rights as everybody else who falls under that Constitution. And no, I don't think I know more than anybody else, by no means. But I taught constitutional law for 25 years. It ain't much I don't know the intent and what the Constitution is about. I taught seniors in law school. They went and took the bar, and every one of them did good in that section in constitutional law. So as I talk, I had to say that to tell you, this ain't no opinion. I'm telling you what the facts are. Yes, I'm telling you what the facts are. And so for some reason, I think the law school thinks the same thing. Because Saturday, I'll be a part of giving out diplomas because I'm the assistant dean of the law school now. Okay? So I know what I'm talking about when I say that. I'm the expert, if you want to call it. I ain't the only expert in here, but I'm the expert. But when I tell you that that's what it is, that's what it is. You may not like it, you may not want to follow it or whatever, but it's the truth. It's a saying back at home on one of our radio stations, the DA said when he has a talk show, he said that the truth is like riding a bicycle. Okay? Without a seat. It hurts. The truth hurts. It hurts. As I was saying, black voters make up nearly 1/3 of Alabama electoral. What state leaders are trying to do would dilute their power, silence their voice, and eliminate their ability to elect congressional state leaders of their choice. What we demand is fair representation. The Supreme Court decision in Callis means that gerrymandering by political parties is okay, even if the results take away or dilute the voting power of black or minority voters. But this is not about party politics. It's about whether black Alabamians have a seat at the table or whether we will let state leaders take us back to the Jim Crow era. And I just talked to y'all about it, what that meant. The fact that you're getting ready to try to do this map, which is going to wipe out representation we got, is a step toward Jim Crow. The decision affects how maps are drawn at every level of government, federal, state, and local. The Supreme Court decision will lead to the largest reduction of black representation in America's history. The right to vote and be represented in government is a fundamental civil right. However, for centuries, the white political leadership of Alabama refused to grant these basic rights to black Americans. That right there, what I said, probably offended someone, but that's what happened. That's what happened. That's history. We surely didn't deny our own self the right to vote. We weren't in control. The foot soldiers of the civil rights movement fought, bled, and died to overturn Jim Crow in the South and secure black representation in government. The crowning achievement, and this is the foot soldiers, was the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These foot soldiers, many of them that we are talking about, they live in Senate District 18. Let me give you some history. But for the grace of God, I'm gonna start out with 16th Street Baptist Church and the bombing. But for the grace of God, I wouldn't have the wife that I have now. She went to church as a child just about every Sunday, every other Sunday with Denise McNair and all of those girls that was in that bathroom. And this particular Sunday, her mother, her grandmother who raised her, wanted her to go to church with her. But for that, she would have been dead too. That's the first thing to show what I'm talking about, the denial for us to have the opportunity to vote. The bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. The second thing is Dynamite Hill. Sure you've heard of that. Dynamite Hill sits in the middle of District 18. That's where every week somebody's house was being bombed because they were trying to get the right to vote. The next thing is Kelly Ingram Park. The young people were out there trying to get the right to vote. They picked them up in droves and put them in jail because they were out there just trying to get the right to vote. They wasn't looting, they wasn't committing any crimes, they wasn't doing anything but trying to get the right to vote. And the last thing, and we got a statue up there to remember the fact, because they was out there, they put attack dogs on them to attack them. So you see, we standing up here, and I'm telling y'all because I've seen from that point to us getting to this point. And ain't no one of y'all had to experience anything that I just talked about to get your right to vote. Not one of them things that you ever went through. I ain't mad at you because you're privileged. I'm not mad at you at all. I just wish that understand that everybody ought to be privileged. Well, I'm not mad. I'm not upset at all. But the truth is the truth. So don't get upset with the truth. That's all I'm saying. Don't get upset with the truth. If your truth bothers you, do something positive about it. And that is, you need to stand up if you don't think that this is right. For 60 years, the Voting Rights Act enforced the constitutionality, protected rights to vote for minorities. It removed barriers to the ballot box, and I just talked about those barriers, and provided needed oversight over the states like Alabama, who had a deep history of suppressing black votes. That's a fact. Don't get upset, because that's what the state did. So don't get upset. People hide behind this curtain of saying, oh, we have made great progress in Alabama over the last 60 years. And we agree, we have made progress. However, this progress was only made because of the federal protections of the Voting Rights Act, protected black voters from the political leaders here who have always wanted to suppress their political power. That's the only way we got it. And for some reason, when they did the Shelby County case, that the court said, oh, it's not needed anymore. Everything is fine. Well, let me say this. If you got a situation where you got 100 folks who are doing drive-by shootings, and I used that because I saw the constitutional amendment, and we got to have this constitutional amendment. And after the constitutional amendment, then we come back and say, oh, now we only got 5 drive-bys, so we don't need it anymore. Those 5 drive-bys, people, are just as important as the 100. So to sit in and say we don't need protection now because everything is all right, what we're doing this week shows that it's not. It shows that it's not. To be clear, last week, the Supreme Court gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the federal protections that prevented Alabamians, political leaders from suppressing black representation. Those protections were eroded. And as the senator said, it was 48 hours. We done moved into special session. And whether or not you even intended to do it or not, you're restoring Jim Crow. Alabama hates to draw out black elected representatives in Congress, and the state Senate proves why the Voting Rights Act was necessary in the first place, and why our fight to restore it is far from over. The world has its eyes on us. I'm serious when I said that. I had numerous people from around the country that called me and said, Smilman, what's going on down there in Alabama? And you might think that that is a touche that I said that to just kind of be up here. But at this present time, I'm on the board of directors of the National Black Caucus of State Legislators. So I've gotten plenty of calls asking me, what in the world is Alabama doing? I don't know what y'all think it makes us look like in the country, but it makes us look like we're going back to the thing we done fought so hard to get past. And that's that image. That's what it's doing to us nationally. The same thing that kept Delta and all those people from coming to Alabama because they didn't want to be a part of that kind of environment and atmosphere. We are headed straight back to that situation again. We're going to start having conferences that's going to counsel coming here. We're going to start having businesses who are not going to come and be in that kind of environment. We're going to hurt this state. And it's going to have a deep hurt in a state who needs as much revenue as we can to try to save our institutions. On my way here this morning, my daughter texted me because she's in the medical field. And she said, Daddy, another rural hospital just went bankrupt. Another one. But we care more about partisan politics than we do about those things that are happening in that part. Black Alabamians make up 1/3 of Alabama's population. Accordingly, black voters deserve a fair chance to select 2 representatives of their choice to represent them in Congress, and no less. Today you have a choice. You can show that Alabama has truly made progress, and we have adopted the democratic principles that all of God's children should have a voice in our government, or they can send a message that just like 60 years ago, the leadership of this state wants to return us to the era of Jim Crow, where black votes are silent.
Senator,
How much time do I have? Huh? 25? Okay. Oh, did you say something?
yes, sir.
Go right on.
If I might,
Sure.
Senator, if I might, your rendition. First off, we're the same generation. We're close in age.
How old are you? I'm 73.
Well, I can't disclose that. That's a matter of state secrets.
Okay.
But look, we're the same generation.
Okay.
I think we're a few months apart.
Okay.
When I look at you, I see you as a representative of Birmingham.
Let me stop.
One.
I ain't gonna stop the speech, but I want to get that little point straight. I represent Birmingham. I represent Homewood. I represent Hoover. I represent Mountain Brook. I represent Ross Bridges, and I represent Irondale. And I continue on.
Exactly.
I don't want to put no Birmingham category alone.
When I look at your colleague, Senator Wagner, I see him also representing a group of people.
He represents half of Homewood, and I represent the other half.
Exactly. I don't see him as representing everybody that's over the age of 58, let's say. Okay? When I look at our ladies that are here with us, I don't see them representing just women. I see them representing a section of people, 1/35th, each one of us, of the population. Your rendition of our history is accurate, well stated. When I look amongst us and where we are and what we're trying to do and how we're trying to accomplish things, maybe this is a matter of what I see. Maybe it's because of the differences and such, but I see us working jointly together, having this argument.
Now, I'm not arguing.
Trying to find a way to get to these ideals that we've spoken of, that I've spoken of today, of trying to reach that. We may be coming at it from different ways and different points, but we're trying all to reach into a goal that we know is right. And I believe that. I believe we all are of the opinion that we see each other as individuals and what our character is and what each person is, rather than the superficials. And our obligations of representing a whole group, in my terminology, a whole slew of other folks that have different and differing views. And that's our obligations.
Well,
yes, and yes, we divide ourselves too often, and most of that divisions come into political ideals and things and political statements, and that's part of our job. But thank you for being here, and thank you for rendering the opinions. I just want you to understand and know that I think we're headed trying to find a path to the same goals.
now let me say this. Let me say this to you. Even if that's the case, let me say this. It's no way that you can get there if we are not a part of the process. Now, I realize, and I'm gonna take 2 or 3 minutes and just kind of address it from there, because I have some other stuff I want to share. But I'm gonna move it over in that area. If you don't have everybody there to be involved, then you're not gonna have a voice to share with you what the values of people who are different from you. You can't represent someone and not understand who you are representing and their values. You can't do it. And I'm going to show you why I said that, because yes, we have similar values in some areas, but we have different values. So if you are representing people that have different values, you got to understand those values. It's unfortunate that many of you all didn't have the opportunity that life made for you that I did. The opportunity I had that when I was in college, I want you all to understand this, the importance of what I'm saying. When I was in college, I had the opportunity to be given an invitation to pledge and to be a member of a fraternity that all 40 of my fraternity brothers looked just like y'all. I was in a fraternity with 40 brothers that looked like y'all, okay? 40 little sisters that looked like these ladies right here. Okay? So when you live around somebody, you understand the difference in values. You understand what's important to them. You're able to then disseminate. I ended up being the entertainment chair of the committee. I ended up being elected to SGA on a body of a campus that was 3,000 people look like you and only 40 look like me, and both opponents look like you, and I won. It's because I understood what the values of those other 3,000 people were and represented it. But the only way is to have them there, and we in a unison be a part of them teaching me what their values are, and I'm showing them what mine, and then when I represented them, I'm able to disseminate those values. If you cut us out and cut people out, ain't no way you gonna know what we need and what our values are. It's no way at all. And to solve it, we integrated entertainment. And you said, what you mean? So that everybody would have a seat at the table of entertainment. There was the old days when you had reel to reel, when they had those. So we would make a 6-hour tape that had everybody's music on it, and nobody could mess with it or anything. If you wanted to be there, you put on music you like, music I like, and everybody like, because we were all together. And when this fraternity, when I left it, we had a total of between 12 and 16 people out of 60 who looked like me, because everybody understood how each person was, and they was willing to accept them as the person. You all want to block it off as some kind of partisan thing, R's and D's. We ain't no D's. We are humans. We are humans. We're not D's. You can't reduce us to no D. We are humans, and we represent people. I just told you about the district I represent. I just told you that. Can you imagine, the senator there can tell you, can you imagine how many R's in my district? Can you imagine how many vote for me? Because I represent them. It ain't about D's and R's. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It ain't never been about that. So no, we can't reduce that. We're not going to accept reducing this to the D's and R's and partnership, because we ain't about that. Maybe that's what y'all about, but we ain't about that. And I just told you that in my example of the last act that I performed for, quote, a aura against, quote, D's. It had nothing to do with that. It was aura and aura, a W and R, whatever way you want to spell it, right and wrong. That's all it was about. And ain't nothing right about taking away our opportunities. I don't even have to, when you heard about the court situation, I don't even have to say that. It's just nothing right about it. Not in this state. I don't care what they're doing up there. In this state, there's nothing right about it. We're not a mini version of Washington, D.C. We are our own selves. That's what has made this thing work with us in here, because we did what we thought in here was right among ourselves and toward each other. I don't care what they fighting and doing up there. That's their position. This is us. This is us right here. In 2021, the plaintiffs challenged Alabama congressional map under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, argued that it diluted black voting strength. In January 2022, a 3-judge federal court agreed and found that the map likely violated Section 2 because it failed to provide black voters an equal opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. The court ordered Alabama to draw a map with a second opportunity district. The United States Supreme Court temporarily stayed that order for the 2022 election cycle, but later affirmed the lower court's ruling in 2023 that Alabama maps violated, the same one we're trying to go back to, violated Section 2. Following that decision, Alabama enacted a new congressional map in 2023. However, the same 3-judge panel found that the revised map still failed to remedy the violation. The court concluded that the map did not provide black voters a realistic opportunity to elect candidates of their choice in a second district. As a result, the court imposed a court-grown remedy map. I repeat that again, a court-grown remedy map, which is currently governing Alabama congressional districts. Under Section 2, and Senator, if you decide to say something, just call my name. You know what I mean. I'm not trying to block you in if you want to say something. I thought I'd just tell you that now, okay? Under Section 2, a redistricting plan is unlawful if under the totality of the circumstances, it results in minority voters having less opportunity than other voters to participate in the political process and elect representatives of their choice. Courts applied the Jingles framework, which evaluates whether a minority population is sufficiently large and compact, politically cohesive, and whether majority block voting usually defeats the preferred candidate. That's one of the problems with this new district. It's right there, what that court just said. Now, we talked some about the Millikens case, and first of all, the Millikens decision remains binding law. The Supreme Court decision in Allen versus Milliken has not been overturned, limited, or modified. It remains the controlling interpretation of Section 2 as applied to Alabama. The court explicitly held that Alabama must, I repeat, Alabama must, this is what the court said, not may, shall, must provide a second opportunity district or a functional equivalent based on the evidence presented. Louisiana case, I heard some talk about the Louisiana case. The recent Louisiana litigation, Louisiana versus Callis, involves an equal protection clause. I repeat that again. It involves an equal protection clause. It doesn't involve intentional racial denial, discrimination, intended discrimination, or anything. It dealt with it was decided on one issue, the Equal Protection Clause. And the way we going with this map, and I'm just making a general prediction, general. The same Equal Protection Clause may be the reason why we ultimately maintain 2 districts, because you can't holler equal protection over there and then say that because you're not being protected equally, then they shouldn't be protected equally also. In this case, it was made with a majority black district that pulled away voters. In this case, our case, we have a majority white district. So if anything, we ought to be over there saying for equal protection. That's what we need to be hollering, because otherwise, what we trying to do in here, we don't have any protection. As I said earlier, this is a legal distinction from Section 2 claims. Milliken, Section 2, whether minority voters have equal electoral opportunity, whether we had a equal electoral opportunity. That's what they said in that issue they looked at. In the Louisiana case, it was equal protection. It was whether race was used excessively without sufficient justification. That don't even apply to us. 47%, we ain't even the majority. So it ain't no race used. It wasn't used at all in here. The courts drew these districts. I'm not saying if they had took some districts here or there, but the courts. And I'm gonna stop there for a minute. We talk about deviations. When we drew those maps, one of the things that was put on the table was that, well, we don't know if we're gonna take a map that's got a deviation on it or not. I remember that. I was there at a meeting. So the people who we worked with in the map that I presented, the one I did, it had 0 deviation. 0 for the Senate districts. 0 deviation. It was the ideal, perfect map for what you were talking about, the deviation. These doctrines, as I mentioned, Milliken and Louisiana, these doctrines operate separately. A ruling under the Equal Protection Clause does not eliminate or override obligations under Section 2. And just remember what I told you now. I said, I've been teaching this 25 years. So this ain't my opinion versus yours. This is me telling you what it is. The only thing you can really say is this, Smilman, I know you're telling the truth. I just don't want to hear it. That's what you can say. Because you cannot tell me I'm not telling the truth. I know I am. I know I am. So this ain't opinions. This is someone who's learned, who's telling you this. Section 2 requirements, as I said, have not been changed. The Louisiana case does not alter the jingle factors, the totality of the circumstance analysis, of the requirement to provide opportunity to district where legally required. That bill didn't touch not a one of those things. All of those are still in place. The Supreme Court has consistently held that Section 2 protects equal opportunity, not guaranteed outcome. I repeat, the Supreme Court has consistently held that Section 2 protects equal opportunity, not guaranteed outcome. That's why those districts are less than 50%. Give us just a chance. Just a chance. Just a chance. But what I said earlier, I don't know if I said it here or in committee, but I'll be glad to say it again. The reason, and in part, that in those opportunity districts, that candidates of the stature that Congressman Figures is able to win is because, contrary to anybody's belief, the majority of people in this state are willing to provide that opportunity. When you put the people of good heart and mind who are black, and when you put the good people who are good heart and mind who are white together, their numbers are more than 50% of the citizens in this state. Their numbers, it ain't about R's and D's, it's in their hearts. That's why in an opportunity district where you got 47% of the people, an African American can win because the majority of people in this state have a heart of right and wrong and of good when they put together. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. That's who you thank, the Lord, for touching the hearts and the minds of people so that they can be of one like and one mind and looking at what's being represented and not looking at the color of somebody's skin. Okay. Alabama remains under a federal court order because Alabama 2023 map was rejected. The state is currently operating on a court order remedial map. That order remains binding unless modified or lifted by the federal court. The legislature cannot independently disregard or replace that court order map without judicial approval. Court approval is required for any change. Because Milliken remains controlling and a federal injunction is in place, Alabama must seek permission from the court before implementing a different map or election structure. The bottom line is that the Louisiana case does not change Alabama's legal obligations under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court's decision in Milliken remains binding, and Alabama is still subject to a federal court order requiring a lawful remedial map. Any deviation from that framework must be approved by the court. Any deviation from that framework must be approved by the court. So in closing, I get ready to pass this on to my sister back here. I want to just simply say to you all this, and I want to say this to you, is that God is still in charge. And I'm going to say this now. You get to a point in your life and you need to call on him. You're going to be accountable. You must be accountable to him for what you do. And when you get sick, you down, and you calling him, you want him, you're going to have to be accountable for what you do. You can flake me off now what I'm saying, but we all are going to get there. Me too. We all are going to get there. And remember, it's how you treated other people. You're going to have to be accountable for that when you want God to treat you the way you want him to treat you. Thank you very much. I yield. Oh, well, she's coming up for her time, and so I'm yielding the mic to her. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Smithman. Senator Figures, you are
Mr. President,
recognized.
thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. See, I'm going to love y'all anyway. You could treat me however you want because I'm a praying woman and I'm a woman of deep spirituality and faith. And I think I've shown that to you since you've been here, because I've been here 30 years and I haven't changed. I've always believed in fairness and justice for everybody. I remember when the Democrats were in control, and I think that was 1998, and they were making the rules. And I remember telling them, you all need to be careful how you make these rules, because you're on top today, but you could be on the bottom tomorrow. And it took 12 years for that to happen. Nevertheless, it happened. My dear brother and colleague, Senator Singleton, always talks about how I'm always saying that the Lord is in control and it's going to be all right, but that the Lord was a little late sometimes. And I beg to differ with him. My God is always right on time, and he comes in perfect timing. And I truly believe that nothing happens by happenstance. God either makes it happen or he allows for it to happen. But whatever happens, it all works together for the good of those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. So I stand by that. I also remember during that time when there were, as you all said, 6 Republicans in the Senate at that time. I also recall at that time, my colleagues gave me chairwomanship of the local delegation committee. And at that time, Senator Hap Myers, may he rest in peace, he was one of my fellow senators from Mobile, but he had seniority over me, and I believed in seniority, as the Senate had believed in seniority prior to that, or prior to this time anyway. Seniority means nothing down here anymore. But I remember giving him my chairmanship for 4 years. And my Democratic colleagues got mad at me. But Vivian makes decisions for herself. I don't let anybody control me or tell me what to do. And that kind of makes me wonder, how can many of you allow a party or a person to control you, to control your heart, to control your mind, knowing deep in your heart that the things you voted for, the ways you've mistreated us, the way you are not even in the first time in the history of the legislature, period, and this is in both houses, that you did not allow the minority party members to speak on a bill for a whole day. You did not allow us to offer an amendment. You didn't allow us to speak on the bill. How could you do that to somebody when you know doggone well you wouldn't want to be treated that way? How could you do it? And that's what I have to ask now. And none of you can literally look me in the eye right now, and I understand that. And it was just amazing to me how divided we truly, truly are. You know, this is the first time that we've met in a session where the 3 Republicans who sit on the side where the 8 Democrats sit, they're not sitting with us during this session. Those of you in the gallery can see they went over to the, I'll say, when you're coming into the chamber, they went over to the right, and we're sitting to the left. But that's okay. The veil is totally off now. We know who they really, really are. Because for me, love is what love does. And it ain't no loving, ain't no friendship, ain't no nothing up in here. And to say that grammatically correct, there is no love in here. There's no friendship in here. Don't act like you're concerned for me when I had my episode the other day. When you want to take my voice away where I represent people of color. I actually represent people of all colors, including white. I also remember when we did the redistricting years ago, you all put me in Baldwin County. trying to increase the numbers of Republican voters. But God, I won by a landslide. Thanks be to God. And you know what? My Republican constituents love the way I represent them, and I love them. In fact, they've even sent me contributions to my campaign this time, and I don't even have opposition. But that's because I represent people with fairness. I have the ability to empathize and put myself in their shoes, although I haven't walked in those shoes. But I praise God that I can empathize and see all sides. Today, we're not just debating maps, we are debating democracy itself. And let me say this, I am the proud, loving mother of Congressman Shamari Coleman Figures. And he knows, and I know, that this seat is not about him. As he testified before your committee yesterday, he said, Shamari is going to be all right. Yes, he is. When he ran for this seat, I told my son that I believed that God had his hands on him and that that seat was his. But he had to work hard for it. 11 people were in that race. And I can't recall a time when we had an election with 11 people in one race that one of those people received 44% of the vote. It was the opportunity for people to vote of their choice. But it was God who said to me, I felt that was the first sign. Well, he went on to win that election against his Republican opponent. And I told him, I said, Shamari, I don't care how these lines are ever drawn, or how many people who ever run against you, or how much ever money is raised against you. If this seat is yours to represent the people, nobody, nothing, and no amount of money can take it from you. But if it isn't, that's God protecting you, and that's God saying he's got something bigger and better for you. So he's okay, and his mom is okay, because he knows that for his mother, every time I ran in an election these past 30 years, I always said, it's going to be a win-win for me, whether I win or lose, because I only want God's will to be done on my life and where my children's lives are concerned. But it really breaks my heart to know what's going on, because I do have a heart and I do care. You know, we're debating whether every citizen in Alabama deserves equal representation under the law. We're debating whether power matters more than principle. And we're debating whether this legislature will honor the Constitution of the United States and the Voting Rights Act, or whether we will openly defy both. The issue before us is very simple. Alabama has approximately 30% minority population, with Black citizens making up a substantial portion of this state's people, workforce, taxpayers, veterans, teachers, ministers, business owners, and voters. Yet, you Republicans seek congressional control approaching 100% of Alabama's 7 congressional seats, while Democrats hold only 2. How can anyone honestly argue that this reflects fair representation? How can anyone claim this map reflects the people of Alabama? And perhaps most importantly, how can this legislature justify ignoring the ruling of a federal 3-judge panel, including judges appointed by Republican presidents who determined Alabama violated the Voting Rights Act? This is not a liberal court. This is not judicial activism. These federal judges appointed by conservative Republican presidents who viewed the evidence and they ruled that Alabama's maps unlawfully diluted Black voting power. So what exactly is your argument now? That Republican appointed judges suddenly cannot be trusted? Is it that the rule of law only matters when Republicans agree with the outcome? Or is it that state rights override constitutional rights? A government that fears fair representation reveals insecurity in its own moral foundation. Justice does not weaken democracy. Justice legitimizes democracy. And when every citizen has a meaningful voice, democracy reflects not only constitutional values, but moral values as well. So tell me, Senator Albritton, because you were one of those who threw me under the bus, putting me in Baldwin County. I remember. But I want to ask you a few questions, please. If approximately 30% of Alabama's population is minority, why should minority voters effectively receive only one meaningful congressional opportunity district out of 7? Can you explain that? Let me ask it in another way. If you were a part of that 30% minority, would you still believe that one district out of 7 in the state of Alabama, that you would actually have fair representation? You want these to be rhetorical questions?
I believe that district lines are more aligned with what the economics factors are, physical geographic boundaries, and
Can you
other
speak into the mic so that people can clearly hear you?
Sure. I said I believe that the district lines are more developed and should be more developed along economic lines, physical boundaries, communications, and community lines.
So do you feel that
individual
poor people, so are you saying that poor people shouldn't have representation?
No, I didn't say that.
You said economic.
Economic development, economic jobs, those type of things, yes. And along with community ties and other matters.
Does I'm trying to make sense of what you said. Can you perhaps say it in another way that I can understand, or?
Probably not.
Probably not. You're probably right. Let me ask you another question. Does one person, one vote only matter when the outcome benefits Republicans?
Say that again.
I said, does the one person, one vote only matter when the outcome benefits Republicans?
No.
That's what you're doing now.
No.
No, you want to draw districts where you will have the guaranteed opportunity. See, the ruling that came down from the 3-judge panel didn't say that we would have a guaranteed outcome. They said that we would have that opportunity. But what you want to do now with redoing these districts is have a guaranteed outcome that only Republicans would have representation in Congress. Because you're coming after District 2 today, but I understand there's plans to come after District 7 as well in the future.
I'm sorry, say again, please.
I said what you're doing with what you want to do in this bill today is you want to guarantee that you have drawn the lines that would guarantee Republicans would have 6 seats, and your preference is 7 seats in Congress to represent Alabama, when it's really over 30% of minorities in Alabama. And you can't represent minorities the way somebody who has lived the life or lived with or know or come to know. And you know what? It's not even just about people of color. There are so many white people who are against you. In fact, I got so many emails from people even in Baldwin County who do not agree with what you all are doing now. So how could you sit well to know that you are a part of something like this?
Well, first off, we're not drawing maps. We're not redrawing maps.
You've
at all
already
in
drawn
this.
it.
That's,
With
that's the
this,
first
you're
thing.
saying to go back to what you had then.
To adopt what has previously been passed. Yes. That's,
But that was in
fact, the site-
violation of the court.
And then the bill is already cited in this bill. As far as the partisanship nature of that, the answer to that is yes. The Republican-controlled legislature has the duty and the right to draw the maps in a way that reflects the partisanship nature of it. That is correct. And
When
I
the
think- and I
Democrats
think-
drew it, when the Democrats were in control, you were not a part of this body at that time, but we made sure that they were involved in drawing those lines too, that they would have representation. So why would you want to take that away from us now?
I don't think that was taken away. I think the partisanship nature of it is reflective of the numbers of people that were on the committees and such, but I don't think there was an exclusionary matter that was there.
Hey, you're a lawyer. Let me ask you this question. Why is the Alabama legislature resisting the ruling of a federal 3-judge panel? I thought as lawyers, you respect the court.
We are respecting the court.
You're not. You're slapping them in the face once again. Y'all slapped them a couple of times. I think their faces are starting to turn red by now. But I don't understand how you all could do that. I mean, how could you do that? I mean, that is how our country was set up. It was set up with the judicial, with the legislative, and the executive branches of government. And when the courts rule, in fact, thank God for the courts, because if it weren't for the courts, we wouldn't have the rights that we have now. And you all knew that. So when you started strategizing, that was your first strategy, was to take over the courts. That was the strategy of Republicans in Washington when they blocked President Barack Obama, one of the best presidents we've ever had, when they blocked him from appointing federal judges. So you knew that, you know that, but it just so happened that this 3-judge panel didn't agree with you. And that sort of, I'm sure it sort of startled you guys. And these are 3 judges that were appointed. In fact, I think 2 of them were appointed by Trump, right? And then one was appointed by President Reagan, that's right. So why are you disrespecting the court, so blatantly disrespecting the court? In fact, you disrespected it because they were giving you a chance to redraw them where people where minorities would have at least have the opportunity to choose a candidate of their choice. And let me just say, in District 2, where Congressman Figures serves, it's 47% Black. So it was not for a guaranteed outcome, but at least it was given more opportunity for people to elect someone of their choice. And he didn't just get elected by Black people. He didn't just get elected by Democrats. But I just, like I said, I want you to explain to me as a lawyer, how could you disrespect the ruling of those 3 federal judges when they've told you, when they've told you that you cannot bother these lines until 2030, the next census? Why would you come back and still try to go against that?
I disagree with your premise. I do not believe that we are disregarding or disparaging the courts. In fact, it is, as I said before, I believe this is a matter of bringing ourselves in compliance with the court orders. And in fact, nothing in this will occur or does occur until after, or should there occur, a subsequent order that allows us to do so.
No, but it's still not going to allow you to do so, because even in that other ruling, the Callis ruling, it was read by Senator Singleton what Supreme Court Justice Alito said. He explicitly said that Alabama was not to be confused with or made a part of anything. So that argument doesn't fly, or that response doesn't fly.
Well, I'm sorry you disagree with me.
But it's the truth. It's a fact.
I'm just suggesting that your comment that we are disparaging or disregarding is not accurate.
So are you saying that you're drawing these lines because of Republican? How do you know how many Republicans are in the state if we don't register by party? We don't vote to register by party.
By the number of elected officials?
You know, people, we have so many independents in this state. We have independents, we have Democrats, and we have Republicans. And a lot of those people vote across, although you all were working very diligently to even stop that. But I guess at the end of the day, what really gets me is how you all try to change the rules along the way to make sure that you get a win. There has been so much division created because of this in this body. It really bothers me to think about how are we going to go forward and work with you all in 4 years. I guess we're supposed to grin and take it because you all will decide. We can't get anything passed. We can't get anything passed out of a committee without you. We can't do anything. And honestly, I don't believe in a supermajority anything, a supermajority Democrat or a supermajority Republican, because I think it should be so close that you work together, that you're forced to compromise, that you are forced to work together and come to an agreement. And years ago, that is the way it was in the Senate. Years ago, a cloture was a very, very sacred move. And there were senators, I remember Senator Ted Little, he wouldn't even vote to cloture something with the Democrats when that time came sometime, because the Republicans took full advantage of those filibusters. And we would have filibusters going on for days about one bill. Yeah, we would. And because I remember intervening when it was a bill having to do with the architects and the interior designers. And it went on and on. And I was new here, and I said, why can't they just get back in the room and figure it out and then come back and vote? That's not the way it worked up here, because they had their voices and they deserved to be heard. Or move that same things to slow things up or whatever. And that was like a situation where you had half of the Senate for the architects and the other half for the designers. So I got involved, and I ended up working it out. It took me about 7 hours to work it out between both parties, brought it back in here, and we voted the bill out. But it seems those days are gone, long gone. And as I was saying about Senator Ted Little, Senator Little would say, I will give it 36 hours. I think it was 36 hours. Senator Smitherman would probably remember. But Senator Smitherman, how long was it that Senator Ted Little would wait before he would vote on the cloture? About 36 hours? Yeah, it was 36 hours. And, that was over a course of days, and sometimes we would be in here to midnight, depending. Senator Tom Butler, you were here, and Senator Jabbo Wagner. That's it. But that was giving voice to the minority party to say what they needed to say. And the cloture petition after that, after 2010, I think one session we made a record. How many clotures was it, Senator Singleton, that we were clotured? Senator Singleton, how many, was it 100? Senator Singleton, how many times were we clotured that we made history, that they cut us off from debate in that one session? Was it 100 and something or 200 and something? Yeah, they were. And for the general public, cloturing means that the rules chair will make a report from Rules Committee, although they say we have a Rules Committee. In fact, I'm on that committee in name, but we haven't met. We don't meet. And we're supposed to meet to decide what actually goes on the special order calendar, but we don't have a say in that. We're just given whatever they decide to put on the agenda. But a cloture petition is given so that you can cut off debate from that bill, meaning that no one else can talk on that bill, or you will vote in a certain time after the cloture petition has been, the roll call has been called and it passed. And it takes 21 votes to pass that cloture petition. And from there, you only have about, I think it's like 10 minutes to speak on the bill. And the sponsor can continue to speak on the bill, or whoever has the microphone at the time can talk on that bill. During that time, you cannot offer an amendment to that bill. You cannot go past that 10 minutes to speak on that bill. Nothing. It's over. Then they call the vote or up or down vote for that bill. So that is why the cloture is so sacred, or used to be so sacred, because people then believed in everybody having a voice for the people they represented. And it seems that we've left that time, and it's a sad, sad day in Alabama. So I don't know what the future is going to look like for the Alabama legislature after this. But I do and will say to the people of Alabama, we're going to have to rise up. We're going to have to wake up. We're going to have to get up and let our voices be heard at the polls. Because I don't know what else this body can think of to bring before us, but we can make a difference at the polls. If you're not registered, register. If you're not active, get active. Go to alabamavotes.gov. Make sure your name is active on that roll, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot emphasize that enough. And we have to show up and we have to show out. Because I know I'm not just talking to minorities, I'm talking to white people who have the good sense and the conscience to know that everybody needs to be represented and have a voice. I believe in fairness and justice for everybody. That's why I have stood at this mic when the Democrats were in control, and I have taken up for Republicans when I felt they were being mistreated. And my colleagues can attest to that. I don't like seeing anybody mistreated. Thank God for my parents raising me to treat people the way I want to be treated. And that's how I raised my children. So we're going to have to all stick in this together. And last but not least, and probably the most important thing, and the next person coming behind me can find their way here, we have to pray without ceasing. Because I'm going to tell you, I know God is in control. And I know what you put out, you bring back to you, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And it is so true that you reap what you sow. And it may not be in the time that you think it should be, but it's going to be right on time. I am frightened for Alabama, and I am frightened for the legislators who are voting against this, to be perfectly honest with you. It was amazing to me that after the roll call ended the other day, I think it was Tuesday, that everybody's phones went off with the tornado alert. And the first thing I said, God is trying to tell y'all something. He's sending a warning. And the tornado was coming. It was a lot of chaos in here. And the stress of it all. And I would tell you, yes, they said I had a panic attack. I've never had one before. But it was nothing but stress because my heart is so heavy for what's going on right now. I don't know how people who call themselves a Christian could treat other people the way they are doing right now. God is my witness. It's going to be all right. Yeah. Don't you worry. It's going to be all right because I know that the God I serve, he sits high and he looks low and he sees and hears every little thing that's going on. So I want to say to you, be strong, get ready, get your communities ready to go out and vote because you still have the power. Yeah. God bless each of you and thank you.
Mr. President, may I be recognized?
Senator Stewart, you're recognized.
How much time does the previous speaker have?
Well, you got your time.
My time? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity to be here before you this morning. I just want to just commend the gentlelady from Mobile for her remarks and for our colleagues' information. Yesterday, Senator Figures was honored by Legal Services of Alabama for she received the Drum Major for Justice. Let's all give her a round of applause for her work in advocacy for our state. It was a wonderful luncheon that we went to, and I went and supported her. Mr. Gentleman from Baldwin County by way of Conecuh, by way of Mobile, by way of Monroe. I just want to talk about, I know we've heard and we've heard some pontifications about a lot of the legal theories about what's going on in the courts, but I want to talk about the real life implications of the Voting Rights Act and the impacts on our communities and Alabamians. Will you indulge me for a brief moment? Okay. So I just want to share, I hearken back to the words of the gentleman from Watauga County, my next door neighbor. He did the prayer the other day. And he's a man he's a good man who works very hard for our state. And I'm paraphrasing his prayer when he said that he's not sure if we can have unity this week. Well, I want to push back on that. We can have unity. We can come together in the name of justice. We can come together in the name of fairness. And unfortunately, as a deliberative assembly, we are at an impasse right now. We are at an inflection point in our nation. We're at a moment, very simply put, you either care about justice or you don't. There is no both sides. This is about justice versus injustice. And I rise today to say that this bill is a grave injustice to all Alabamians. I dare say that this legislation could move us toward authoritarianism. Now, I struggle with that word sometimes, but we see that thrown out a lot because democracies, as we slide backwards, it doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, it's very quiet, it's insidious. My concerns is about voter stability and changing elections, potentially changing an election in the middle of election. I have never seen that in my lifetime. When we talk about voting rights, we are not just talking about the right to vote. We are talking about the right to representation. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, the basis for one person, one vote doctrine. The right to access. We have to do some introspection as Alabamians and think about the citizens we serve. When we talk about voting rights, what hurdles are Alabamians facing getting to the polls? We have to consider all of that. Gentleman from Baldwin County, I just want to let you know that my life, my existence, my lineage has been undergirded by the Voting Rights Act. As you know, I am a native of the historic Selma, Alabama, born and reared in Congressional District 7. I am a graduate of Tuskegee University, which sits in Congressional District 2. And I just want to say that the gentleman from Mobile who represents District 2 in Congress has made a world of difference for that district, and you should be very proud. My district, this is personal for me, my Senate district, I represent 8 counties: Dallas, Lowndes, Perry, Wilcox, Clark, Monroe, Butler, Conecuh. Half is in Congressional District 7. The other half is in Congressional District 2. And I didn't intentionally mention the names of those members of Congress because sometimes we can get caught up. When you individualize things, it limits our ability to address systems and address systemic failure. People in my own family, working class Black people, paid for the Voting Rights Act with blood. I often talk about this in the chamber. I talk about how I got to the Senate. My maternal grandmother, my mama's mama, I didn't say mother, I said my mama's mama was a nurse on Bloody Sunday at Good Samaritan Hospital, called off work, called into work, left her husband, my grandfather, left her babies to treat bludgeoned protesters on Bloody Sunday, all who just wanted the right to vote. My mama's mama, a daughter of sharecroppers in Gee's Bend, she worked and toiled, organized mass meetings, all for her grandbaby. Little did she know, she always said I was going to be in politics, but for her grandbaby to have an opportunity to represent my aunt, my dad's sister, Flossie Menifee, a 17-year-old at R.B. Hudson High School. This is her right here. My aunt right here on Bloody Sunday, courtesy of Auburn University. We found this on Facebook last year. My aunt bludgeoned on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, tear gas, billy clubs, trampled over for the right to vote. Not a long time ago, and we didn't even have the Voting Rights Act intact for 50 years. That is a sin and a shame. That is what we are going through as a nation. You want to know what I had to do last summer? I had to testify. I had to leave the Southern Legislators Conference in Birmingham, Alabama, 5 a.m. to testify before the United States Senate Judiciary Committee. You care to know what we were talking about? Okay. Lowndes County, I represent Lowndes County. That is a county that was known for their activism, known as Bloody Lowndes. People toiled, teachers, farmers for the right to vote, faced death. They have an ongoing environmental crisis. People don't even have running water and working sewage. The last administration awarded funding to address, to remedy those past the neglect. I had to go and testify when this new administration came in, the funding was stripped and called DEI. Citizens denied. And it wasn't because these were Black people. There was nothing on the application for those grants that mentioned your race. It was because a rural community, you were rural. And these are the same people who are being undermined today. I can draw a line by this legislation. The same people who struggle gave Lowndes County the moniker Bloody Lowndes. And this bill aims to strip political power away from those people. It's a sin and a shame. Black people are being relegated to an underclass by the gutting of the Voting Rights Act. Because when you don't have the opportunity to elect the candidate of your choice, your vote becomes meaningless. What some people are asking for is not fairness. What you're asking for, when you have a bill or a map with all 7 Republican seats, you're asking when 30%, actually 40% of Alabamians vote Democrat. What you're asking for is overrepresentation. You are not asking for equality. You're asking for more power than demographics or fairness justify. And that, my friends, is Republican DEI. That's what you're asking for right now, Republican DEI. When Alabama is one of the blackest states in the country, let's have a dialogue, gentlemen. The last time Democrats, because it's about party, right? Would you agree? It's about party, right? It's not about race, it's about party, right?
Oh, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Voting Rights Act. Well, the makeup, when we draw maps, it's about party, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
Well, now, we're not, in this bill, the Voting Rights Act is not addressed.
We're talking
at all.
about the implications. I understand that.
This bill doesn't go into that.
The indirect implications. The last time Democrats won a majority of the white vote was 1964, the same year that Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act. So don't tell me race and politics can simply be separated in America. I have a question. How do you separate party from race when race has shaped the political order of this country for generations? How do you separate them? Someone please talk to me like I'm in 4th grade. How do you separate them? In 2006, the Voting Rights Act was reauthorized, 98-0 in the United States Senate. Are you a President George Bush fan?
President who?
President George Bush, George W. Bush. Are you a fan?
George too?
He signed it. He signed it.
Yeah.
My question is, how did we get here? In 1983, the VRA was extended. Ronald Reagan referred to the Voting Rights Act as the crown jewel of American democracy. My question is for my Republican colleagues, how did we get here? The Voting Rights Act was never controversial. Free and fair elections matter. Equal access to the ballot matters. Non-dilution of your vote matters. 70% of Americans, and this is on both sides of the aisle, 70% of Americans are against gerrymandering. Fair maps are extremely popular. Gerrymandering is a problem because when you're gerrymandered or your community is gerrymandered, that means you're gerrymandered out of opportunity, gerrymandered out of resources. Did you know I was a congressional staffer? Did you know I worked as a congressional staffer before I got elected to the Senate?
No, sir, I don't think
It was a few jobs back.
a few jobs back.
Yeah, a few jobs back. About 4, when was it? I was 2018 to 2020. And I want to share a story for my time as a congressional staffer for the 7th Congressional District. And one of the main jobs of a congressional staffer is you help veterans get their benefits. That was a good thing. that we do. That's the first line of defense. Because you can't really call your congressman. Some people can call their congressperson on the phone. But when a citizen calls, they're talking to a staffer. And I remember we had a training. We came to the Central Alabama VA to help because you get trained on the software system. We came here to Montgomery to the Central Alabama VA. All the congressional staffers in the state, regardless of your party, they came. And one of the staffers from a Republican office told me, veterans, they don't need all that money. Why are we getting them all? They don't need all that. Now, we're supposed to be advocating. We're supposed to be the most veteran-friendly state, but that is what she told me out of her mouth. I was taken aback. A veteran shouldn't have to worry about nothing. When they come back from deployment or anywhere, they shouldn't have to worry about food to eat. Their children should be taken care of. They put their lives on the line for our freedom. And veterans are minorities too. They're only 6% of the population. I want to share another story when I first got elected. When I first got elected, you used to represent Monroe County. You know Monroe County very well. Monroe County used to be split between two congresspeople. And this was right before Monroe County was moved into the new Opportunity District, because it's not a black district. I tell people to get the language right. It's an Opportunity District. I was on a call, just to let you, I called the congresspeople, the staffers. We had a call, talked to the OBGYN. One of the staffers told me out their mouth, again, I was just taken aback, flabbergasted. They told me, we're not going to be representing this community much longer anyway, so there's nothing we can do. Taken aback. Where I come from, you fight to the end. You represent them now, but that is what I was told out their mouth. So that's why when we talk about an opportunity to have somebody that shares your values, that's important. When we draw districts, the question is whether, because when we sued for this opportunity seat, it wasn't just about race. We considered communities of interest. When we draw districts, the question is whether race was balanced alongside legitimate considerations like geography. You mentioned geography earlier. Migration patterns, political subdivisions, and what communities of what, children? Interests. Communities, say it with me, communities of interest. Keeping communities of interest intact matters. Respecting geographic and regional cohesion matters. This is about geography. This is about, you mentioned earlier, economic cohesion. This is about cultural ties. From Africatown in Mobile to Dallas County. Because 2 and 7 are really heavily interrelated. I did a journey through my whole life in my 36 years, little sprints here and there, other places. I moved around a little bit. Between 2 and 7. These communities share historical, cultural, and economic bonds rooted in the story of the last slave ship and the long struggle for freedom and citizenship in this country. When you see the Democratic caucus, we are not just black people. We are walking communities of interest. Selma, Greensboro, Birmingham, Mobile, Tuscaloosa, Tuskegee. One big mirage of communities of interest who deserve representation because we, black people, we are Alabamians too. We too are Americans. See us. See what we have overcome just to get here. So yes, geography and race often overlap because history made it so. We had to move where the jobs were. My ancestors in G's Bend had to move to Mobile, work on the docks. We having a family reunion in Mobile this summer. I'll call you, Senator Figures. Bake a cake, please. We're going to be there this summer. When conservatives ask, how long should the Voting Rights Act last? My answer is simple. However long it takes. However long it takes to root out anti-black racism. Justice does not have an expiration date. There is a growing sentiment called the colorblindness in legal theory. When you say I'm colorblind, what you're really saying is I refuse to see systems and how they affect marginalized people. That's what you're saying. I'm not talking about abstract theories developed in ivory towers or conservative think tanks. I am talking about real life. Black family homes are being undervalued. You got black people to this day, when the realtors come, they tell them to hide the pictures because your house is being undervalued. How can we continue as a country with this type of rancor and inequality? Real people, in closing, we are talking about real people, real history, real discrimination, real consequences. And until this country fully confronts that reality, the Voting Rights Act remains necessary. And I just want to say in closing that it's time to stop the steal. Stop the steal of representation. You all said that on January 6th. Well, I agree with you. It's time to stop the steal of representation. Thank you, and I yield to the gentlelady from Jefferson County.
Thanks, Senator Stewart. All right, Senator Coleman, you'll be recognized.
So much. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the recognition. I'm going to tell you, I'm so proud of my freshman classmate with me. The future of the state of Alabama is in great hands. Great hands. But y'all done messed up. I'm just going to tell you. My phone has been ringing, text messages to me. My plumber even texts me about what's going on here in Montgomery. Folks who have not been engaged, not paying attention to what's going on here, they're paying attention now. And we got to co-opt that. I like that, Senator. That stop the steal. That's the messaging. Folks are watching. And what the message is that there is a group of people in the state of Alabama that don't care if our voices are heard. But when I've been sitting here today and just thinking and reflecting on my 24-year career, I was thinking about when I first got here at 28 years old, I was in the supermajority. 66 Democrats downstairs, and how many senators up here? 21? Yeah. Super majority when I first got here. And in the 2026 election, I got some gumption from somewhere. And I remember going to sit down with the Speaker of the House at that time, Seth Hammett, and I made note to him that you don't have any women really as chairpersons in the House. There were only 2 of the women that were chairs of committees, and I was making a play to become a committee chairperson, and he actually appointed me that second time at 2006, so I chaired boards and commissions. And as I was listening to my colleagues and reflecting on those years, when we had the supermajority, when Democrats had the supermajority, the vice chair of the committee was always a Republican. The chair was a Democrat, and the vice chair was a Republican. In a supermajority, we have not been giving that courtesy since you all have been the supermajority. So there were times, of course, then, when a chairperson has to miss a session for whatever reason. So Republicans were chairing committees when Democrats were the supermajority. All voices, all people need to be represented. That's the way we governed then. And again, as I was I actually told this story, had to call into a radio station back home in Jefferson County and actually posted. We have some creators in Jefferson County that have these huge followings. And one of my creators posted on his page, "Y'all just need to filibuster." We put on his page. And I kept hearing it over and over again, that I called into the radio station and also put on his page that, actually what we're doing right now is not filibustering. We are telling the truth about what the court has said. We are telling the truth about the history of Black people in this state of Alabama and this country. It's not a filibuster. But when there is a filibuster, the tool of the cloture. So 2002 until 2010, when the Republicans took over, I remember counting 2002 to 2010. Out of all of those years that I served in the majority, there were 8 cloture in the House. 8. From 2002 to 2010. I wasn't like Senator Singleton. I voted cloture one time, and it was a budgetary issue. We just needed to pass the budget. That was the only time, one time. 8 clotures from 2002 to 2010. We were clotured 8 times in one day. It was more than that. I think it was about 14 times. 8. We did not use the tool then because we felt all voices needed to be heard. So I had to go call the radio station and explain that we are fighting the good fight. We are doing all that we can. We are using the rules. We are telling the truth. And we're not just fighting for Black people or fighting just for Democrats. I always say the Black Caucus specifically is the heart of the legislature. We're fighting for all people, all folk, all people to have the opportunity to be heard. And so that cloture is a tool that actually tracks, though, with the Republican Party here now. When I even think about this session, it tracks. The legislation that has been introduced to silence the voices and eliminate the opportunity for Black people to choose the candidate of their choice, it tracks. So even this session, and I come up to this microphone several times to talk about pieces of legislation that I've sponsored that never received a committee hearing. It tracks my voice, my constituents' voices, the people that I've represented by introducing legislation, their voices were stymied. It tracks with this Republican Party. So I had to, I got a message actually from the mother, Senator of Jawan Dallas in Mobile. Jawan Dallas' family, for months and months and months and months after he died in police custody, they were trying to get access to the body cam video. I've had a piece of legislation, sponsored a piece of legislation to make body cam footage a matter of public record. Requested it. We have had a public hearing previously, but this year, no public hearing, did not have an opportunity to have a committee hearing. So it tracks. Didn't even get a chance to have now when I was a committee chair, and the way that we chair committees as Democrats, we didn't keep people's bills from even coming up to get a committee hearing. People would come to me, because again, I had boards and commissions. All of these state boards, all of these state commissions, changes they were trying to make, I would give you, now I couldn't guarantee your bill was going to pass, but at least your voice would be heard. You would have an opportunity for your bill to be on the calendar for us to have some discussion about it. This legislative body in the majority does not do the same. It tracks. It tracks. I had a piece of legislation this entire session for the voters of the state of Alabama to have the opportunity to vote. If you want us to come back and take up the issue of gaming in the state, you just tell us. That's all it was doing. Never got a committee hearing. My voice was stymied. All of the people who supported, they didn't get a chance. It tracks with this body to say that some people's voices are not worth being heard. It tracks. It tracks. And that is just not the America that I thought I would be living in. And I hope it's not the one that my children ultimately have to live in, or your children or your grandchildren will live in, because politics is a cycle. It changes. Yeah, I would have never thought when I was elected in 2002 as a member of the supermajority that just 8 years later it would flip. In the manner that it flipped, I would have never thought that. But y'all know it flips. So the way that you treat us now may be the same way that your son or your daughter or the next group of legislators are treated. But it tracks that this legislative body, again, keeps certain voices from being heard. So some people in the public might have been shocked that these two pieces of legislation were introduced. The Senate piece of legislation that we took up and passed it primarily down racial and party lines, that would take away the new opportunity district in the Senate. But this one that we have today, House Bill 1, that if this supermajority has its way, and if the courts would allow it, there is a group of folks in South Alabama with a community of interest that the court said they were communities of interest. That's what the court said. But if this body has its way, those folks will no longer have the opportunity to choose or pick the candidate of their choice. It tracks. With this body, it tracks. So again, I'm not shocked, but I'm also eternally optimistic. So I'm always like, okay, I think the best. And I'm hoping the best is going to happen. So I'm disappointed. I'm actually disappointed in the gentleman specifically because we've worked so well together. We have. My chair of General Fund, we have done some great work, especially when it comes to Willie Mays Park, Fairfield, some other places that we've worked really well together. So it's disappointing to stand across from you today on this particular issue, that if you have your way, that somebody as amazing, and I know the senator, and I know Senator Stewart mentioned specifically that we shouldn't focus on the people that are there because that kind of takes away from the systems, but I want to focus on the two members that we have in Congresswoman Terry Sewell and Congressman Shamari Figures. Absolutely amazing attorneys, well-educated, represent us so well. Congresswoman Sewell, during the Biden administration, worked to help to get us Build Back Better, all of this infrastructure dollars that Republicans didn't vote for, but then, took credit for. Worked to bring the bacon home. Infrastructure dollars, broadband, Jefferson County, I'm thinking about transit dollars, all of these projects that were brought with the help of that Congresswoman. But there are some folks who would believe that she does not deserve, or we don't deserve, to pick the candidate of our choice. It tracks. Congressman Shamari Figures yesterday in committee. I'm gonna tell you, look, I ran in that race, but God knows best. Such an amazing legislator. I was listening to him yesterday, and he did specifically say, this is not about Shamari Figures. This is about certain people's voices, but I'm listening to him. And y'all, I was like, okay, President of the United States, I could see it. It was amazing to hear this young man speak with the authority and represent us the way that he represented us. And I've always felt about Congresswoman Sewell, her national presence and what she does for the state of Alabama. She's actually helped to change the perception that some people have of the state of Alabama. But when I listened to that young man, I felt the same way I felt. And to think that you all would think that young man shouldn't serve in Congress, I don't understand it, but I felt that way another time as well. I was in the Civil Rights Institute, Birmingham, Alabama. My congressman at the time for Congressional District 7 was Congressman Archer Davis. And he invited me to hear a state senator from the state of Illinois. And he said, this is a friend of mine. He and I went to college together. We went to law school together. He's running for U.S. Senate. I'm gonna tell the whole story. He said, I don't know if he has a chance to win. I don't know if he can win, but I want to support him. He's been a good state senator, and I want to support him. So will you come down, bring some people with you? That person was the state senator from Illinois, State Senator Barack Obama. I was listening to State Senator Obama, who was running for U.S. Senate at the time, and something came over me. I knew it. I was standing in the midst of greatness at that moment in the Civil Rights Institute in Birmingham, Alabama. And I said to him that day, hey, if you ever need me for anything, please give me a call. I would love to be able to support you in whatever that you do. Of course, you all know the story. He did go on to win win the U.S. Senate seat. And then I would see him in D.C. back and forth as a U.S. Senator, and then he gave that great speech. I was sitting with my daughter, she might have been 6 years old at the time, my little girl that I talk about now that stayed at the law school. And we were sitting on our couch, and Senator Obama gave that speech where he said, this is not a white America, it's not a black America, it is the United States America. And I know I probably didn't say it right, but my little girl looked back at me. Now, I'm an elected Democrat, I'm her mama. But that little girl looked back at me and she said, are we supporting him? Mommy, are you supporting him? I want to be what he is. She never said that about me. She said that about him. I actually got on a plane the next day and went to the DNC. I wasn't a delegate or anything that time, but I did. I wanted to be in the presence of the greatness. Yesterday, in that committee room, we also were all in the presence of greatness. That young man has the opportunity to do and be whatever he wants to be. But right now, he is representing the 2nd congressional district in the state of Alabama, representing us well. Again, also changing the perception that some people have about this state. And y'all in here don't think that those communities of interest, that those Black folk and those other marginalized folks should have the opportunity to choose the candidate of their choice. They chose already. Tamara Figures. They chose him already. And so it would be a travesty. I was thinking about this yesterday, just sitting there, and I actually spoke right after him, and I said how full I was. It would be a travesty. You all vote on a piece of legislation if the courts allow you to do what you want to do. And for a young man of that caliber and what he has done thus far for this district, that we would risk losing him. It'd be a travesty. And everything that we're hearing is that if you all are successful with Congressional District 2, there's going to be a play also for Congressional District 7. It would be a travesty if we don't have Congresswoman Sewell there, who worked with the delegation. We're excited right now in Jefferson County because we have, and really the state of Alabama, we've got the Coast Guard coming to that site where Birmingham Southern used to be. Huge economic development engine, not just for Jefferson, but for this entire state. She's a part of that. He was a part of the delegation. And to think that you all would support something to change the districts so we don't have our voice be heard in Washington, D.C. or Montgomery with these 2 state Senate seats, folks ought to be mad about it. Matter of fact, Montgomery County ought to be livid because both pieces of the legislation directly impact them. The congressional district and the state Senate seats directly impact Montgomery County. To the gentleman, though, I do have one question. I've listened to you all day today, and you've said it. I've heard other colleagues say it. Lieutenant Governor also said it, that it's about politics. It is about politics. It is about the party itself. And I'm gonna take that, you and I, we had a conversation. That's what you said, it was about politics. And I hear you. Maybe there are some Democrats that think that the entire state ought to be blue. I would say for both folks that believe that way, that's unfortunate because our entire delegation really should be mixed. We need to have Democrats and Republicans. So whoever the president is, we have some direct contact into the administration. But my question for you is, because again, you've been saying that it's about politics. And I've been through, this is a long question, but I've been through redistricting myself a couple of times. But in this state, if you are saying that this is about politics, it's about partisanship, how do you draw lines down party line without the consideration of race when we don't register in this state by party? How do you do that?
Well, I think we've already discussed that a good deal.
I must have missed it.
Along the economic lines, along the geographic borders, in district lines itself, and the means that it talks about is to use physical barriers, whether it be rivers or roads or even power lines and things or differences.
All right, so,
Well, that's true.
again,
That's
well,
what it
you know,
says.
I remember I've gone through it a few times myself as well. And it used to be a time really where whoever represented that area at the time, you know, you got a chance to go in and kind of see the map, move, all of that. I'm Democrat and Republican. We've been able to do that. But I've never in all of my years ever heard economics used kind of as one of the tests to put together the district. I just,
The economic communities, the community itself, the community is made up by economic interest, by where the jobs are, by where the roads are, and those type matters.
that's how the maps have been drawn?
Yeah.
Well, then how come every time I get one, it has Black voting age population? Like that's the consideration.
It shouldn't
Because we
be.
don't, I shouldn't, I hope I can find one
No,
that was given to me where it has the Black voting age population that is kind of pulled out. I've always seen that as a test, but I've never seen economics be used as a test of how we draw lines. I mean, I don't, how we draw lines. I just never seen that before.
Are you suggesting that the aspect of the Black voter aspect is a criteria for drawing the lines?
That's what I've seen, that the Black voting age population has been used and considered, because again, we don't register for parties. We don't register for parties here, so I'm still trying to figure out how have you drawn these maps down party lines when we don't register in a particular political party in the state of Alabama? I'm just trying to figure it out. It's a real question.
Again, the way we would draw them would again be by what the community of interest are, where the economics, where the family, where the roads, where all those other things, and where people are accustomed to going and being and forming and living their lives.
People are accustomed to going and
their
being
lives.
and living
I
their
used the
lives.
example earlier of a person living in Jackson. That normally, very often, people in Jackson travel to Mobile and back and forth to go to work and to go to shopping. Jackson doesn't have any malls. Jackson doesn't have any, they have a small Walmart, but they don't have a Sam's and they don't have other large retails. They travel to Mobile for that. They don't go to Phoenix City, which is part of the district that goes over into there. They don't go to the east because there's only 2-lane roads going back and forth, whereas 4-lane roads going to Mobile. So those are the differences that we would.
So in Birmingham, then I'm trying to ask I'm trying to figure out how you just said that. You said where people are used to going and moving on with their lives. What is that in Birmingham?
The district lines that we're talking about is 1 and 2 and 6 and 7.
Birmingham is in 7.
Okay.
So I mean, if that's a criteria, because
My answer is-
I can't even stand here in front of you today and tell you in Senate District 19 what all the people are used to going and how they go and what roads they take and back and forth and all of that and what malls they go to. And I just never seen that as a criteria.
Well, in South Alabama, we recognize that all the time. Maybe that's because we have fewer things than Birmingham.
All right.
But we know where that economic and where the engines are. We know where the travels are. We see where those connections are.
Okay. All righty. That would be different, but I will, I take the gentleman for what he said today. Again, a little bit interesting. I do want to go back to a couple of points, though, from earlier today.
If I might, may I make one comment about some
Sure,
other?
absolutely.
You and I came into the House together.
We did.
You were in a supermajority. I was in a minority. And yet, at that time, my memories were very different concerning how things were done. As a minority, I was never considered for I was hoping to get into any committee, not just where we could go, the Speaker being Democrat and the House overwhelmingly being Democrat. However, at that time, at that year, I think, we had the largest number of Republicans in the House than we have ever had previously.
What year did you come in?
202.
And you don't remember that we had Republican vice chairs? Because Howard Sandiford was my vice chair
Not
on.
in the committee I was in. I know that in constitutional elections, I think there was 2 of them there, 2 Democrats that ran. I was the ranking minority member on that committee. However, my point is that the Speaker had to arrange and deal with the numbers that he had there. He had to deal with the Republicans for the first time ever in his tenure as the Speaker. And he had to make
In 2002?
Excuse me?
In 2002?
In 2002.
I'm
Because he had
listening.
that voting block that was there was a larger voting block than he ever had to deal with. And so therefore, the reason he had some people there as Republicans as vice chairs was because he was able to pull the Republicans apart some. Now, this is a perception that my folks
Okay, so now you're saying that indeed
it was
you are
politics.
aware that there were Republicans that were vice chairs.
Yeah, I did. You mentioned that, and I agree. Now, to your
Okay,
memory, I saw
all right.
a couple.
That's just the
I
point.
wasn't disagreeing that was the case. I'm just saying that the methodology or the purpose of it was different. It was not a matter of simply trying to gain greater voices. It was a matter of controlling votes. It was politics.
We had a supermajority, Mr. Chair. It was
Yes, ma'am, you
66 of
did.
us. We were in the same position that you all right now, that we could actually walk into the doors, have a session, and you all didn't even need to show up. So, I mean, I don't know if that's because I'm not in Seth Hammett's brain. I don't know if that was his reason why he did it. I know that it was fairer
I can tell
than
you a
what we
story.
experience right now. In addition to one of the only times Seth and I ever really got sideways, the only time that we ever really had an issue is that I had made a request for a bill to go on the calendar, right? So the speaker had a pick. I don't know how it works with the pro tem here, if the pro tem has like 1, 2, 3 here. I don't know how it works here. Still learning. Do you have like the picks at the top of the calendar? You don't have the picks at the top. Well, down there, the speaker's pick, you always knew was 1, 2, and 3. That was the speaker's pick. In addition to other picks from members that served on rules. And Paul DeMarco's bill would be 1, 2, and 3 all the time. So who is a Republican, again, Democratic Speaker of the House. And so I went to talk with him about it. And again, that's the only time we ever were a little sideways. And I asked Mr. Speaker, look, I've been trying to get my bill up. I see you have 3 of Paul DeMarco's bills up. And he said, Paul works hard. That's what he said to me. And again, I was a little bit more of a hothead than I am now. I think I was still very professional, but we all work hard. And that was, again, the only time. Again, here, we don't see that.
Well,
I mean, it tracks, like I was talking about earlier. It tracks. Sometimes we have calendars that have no Democratic bills on it at all. Again, another indication that some feel our voices shouldn't be heard. So it tracks. And we just did not do you all like that when we were in the majority. And I mean, and Ms. Chair, again.
And if I may, Senator, my memory is a little bit different about how the treatment was. Because we were at times, and I'll give you one true story that I remember. We were, there was a contentious thing going on in the House, and we decided, we meaning a group of the Republicans, decided that we would just prevent and not have a quorum. And so we went back and we got in a little room. That's where we were going to be. Of course, you remember where we met then in the Senate when we had not on the first floor, not on the third floor. We were down in the basement, back in the corner, back in yonder. Didn't even have any air conditioning in it. But anyway, that's where we were meeting. So anyway, we decided that we would come in and we would not come into the floor, that we would prevent some to have a quorum, and we would keep ourselves isolated. And we were back there, and we heard the bells ringing, and we heard the knockings and such. And lo and behold, they started calling the roll, and we started looking around. Who was missing? Several of our colleagues had gone and come to the floor. Why? Because they had been contacted by the speaker to come and make the quorum. So my point is, it's all politics.
Well, you might take it that way. You might take it that. You might take it that way. I don't take it.
In those years was not nearly given as a comedy, COMTY, that in which it was not completely as congenial as sometimes we remember.
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to take away how you felt about you being there, but I know this. I remember times when Arthur Payne from Trustfield, the Danny Garrett seat, he didn't like to vote on anything dealing with alcohol, where the Republican Party supported him in his filibuster, and we didn't cloture him. Days. I remember times when the Black Caucus and the Republican Caucus, two minority caucus, actually had to work together to get certain things done. Case in point, John Knight had a piece of legislation to raise the threshold which we tax people here in the state of Alabama. We worked together to get that done. None of that will ever happen like that these days. Because again, how do you work with folks, especially now in the culture we're in now, in this moment, when we have pieces of legislation that are going to take away the voices of people who want to vote for the candidate of their choice. It makes it really hard to work in community when those kind of things happen. Very, very hard. But I do want to make some points from earlier in today. So we've talked several times now about Amendment 4 that was passed in 2022. Championed by Republicans. Senator Singleton named some of the folks that you would consider probably in the Freedom Caucus that passed the legislation, and then the amendment that was passed by the people that says that you cannot make any changes that will affect the general election after 6 months before the election. But I want to read something. I very rarely read up here. I want to read a letter dated August the 7th, 2024, by Steve Marshall, Attorney General of the state of Alabama. And this is a directive to district attorneys. And this is what it says. Earlier this year, the Alabama legislature passed Alabama Numbered Act, and it goes on to say what it is, and Governor Ivey signed it into law. The act amends this particular section, which provides a list of felonies and moral turpitudes, a conviction of felony listed, and so on and so forth. He said, it disqualifies a person from voting unless his or her rights are restored. Among the felonies added to the statute by the act are certain crimes such as attempted murder. The act states that it will go into effect October 1. Here's the relevant portion. Why does it impact what my colleagues are trying to do today? He says, however, the Alabama Constitution provides as follows. The implementation date for any bill enacted by the legislature in a calendar year in which a general election is to be held and relating to the conduct of the general election shall be at least 6 months before the general election. A general election is scheduled for November the 5th. This is 2024. While no court has yet determined what laws, he has in quotes, relate to the conduct of a general election for the purposes of this constitutional provision, there are other reasons that the act should not be enforced until after November the 5th, 2024's general election, including assuring that local officials have sufficient time to implement the law and provide the notices. That's another piece. Notice, which you all wouldn't even take an amendment on notice for the last bill. Notice. For these reasons, this is what the Attorney General of the state of Alabama said. For these reasons, Alabama Act number 2024-341 shall not be enforced until after the November 5th, 2024 general election. An individual who is otherwise qualified to vote in the election should not be prosecuted for voting despite having a conviction. He goes on. In conclusion, Act number 2024-341 shall not be enforced in the November 5th general election, but will be vigorously enforced in all future elections. To the gentleman, what is the date of the general election of 2026? What's the date of the general election of 2026?
That's a matter of public record. I'm not sure what the exact date is. In November?
November the 3rd.
The first Tuesday in
November the 3rd, 2026. What date did we come into the special session?
$5 days ago, 4 days ago.
What was the date on Monday?
I don't know what today's date is.
May the 4th,
Oh, all right.
2026. And so I won't even ask you what date the bill has passed, the previous one, with the Senate districts, and you know the House assignee died. But I would express that based on even what the Attorney General said in this guidance on this previous legislation, that because of the date that we started and then you all ultimately passed the Senate district, and now the date that you'll pass this one, you will be in violation of Amendment 4, which is now what he refers to as Alabama Act number 2024-341. You don't have to answer. I heard you answer in committee. I've heard Senator Elliott's answer as well. But Senator Singleton has already mentioned that in event that you all get your way, there will be additional litigation that you all are in violation of the Alabama state constitution. And it's just interesting to me, because you're an attorney, and I would assume a good one. There are other attorneys on the Republican side. I'm going to make the assumption that you're a good one.
I appreciate that very much.
And that there are other, I'm looking at Senator Van, that's an attorney. Senator Barfoot, I don't see him in here, but there are other attorneys on the Republican side. And I'm sure that if they read these in good faith and in good conscience, based on even what the Attorney General says, know that what you all are doing right now is going to be in violation of the state constitution. This is what I don't understand, though. I remember one time former rules chair, who is now with the Secretary of State's office, Mike Jones, and I were having a debate back and forth. And we're having a debate, and I said to him, and I'm gonna say to you now, I don't understand how, when you all know the legal ramifications of a thing, that you all don't take that opportunity to educate from the legal perspective. Whatever we were debating that time, it was going to be something that was in violation of federal law. I can't even remember what the issue was. Of course, we chatted about it later on, but I just don't understand. I think part of what the role of what we do is we have the political courage, and I'm not saying you don't have it, I'm just saying that's part of our job, is educating. There are people that scream a lot, you know, the squeaky wheels in the community, you all ought to do this. We have it on our side too. You should be doing this, you should be doing this, you should be doing that. I don't understand why you don't do this. I don't understand why you don't do that. And then just like I called into the radio station the other day to say, hey, yes, we have a tool. The filibuster is a tool, but they also have one too, which is the cloture. That was an opportunity to educate. And I just wish that we took that responsibility more. Other southern states are not in the same position that Alabama is in. Alabama is already under a court order. No new maps until 2030. You all know that. No new maps until 2030. You know it, stipulated to it. No new maps. And so again, here we are wasting time, wasting taxpayers' dollars. You know, I tell a lot about what goes on in my family here. I do. But right now, I have two parents that are ill, both of my parents, both. Got a call from my mom's doctor Thursday, and she was on live. I hope she's still on live. That we've got to get her into long-term care. We got to do that. We got to find a place to get her in long-term care. Got to get her stronger. You all hear about my dad all the time. Disabled veteran, fought for this country in a wheelchair now. We've been having issues now for over a year. But my brother, it's only four of us, my brother's in the hospital right now. My brother's in the hospital at UAB. I need to be there. But I'm here with you, dealing with an issue that we shouldn't even be dealing with. The Calais case did not tell us that we needed to go into a special session. I'm here when my family needs me. In between these debates, I'm calling doctors, trying to find out what's going on. Because in a normal situation, one of the parents would have been able to kind of be there. And thank God for my children. Thank you, Alexi and Xavier, my young adults that have been so helpful while I'm here. Because we've been called here to waste the taxpayer dollars on two pieces of legislation that we know we're already under court order. I don't get it.
Senator, I'm sorry you're having the
I don't get it.
challenges you're having, but the easiest solution, let's just pass this bill and we can leave.
Well, the easiest thing would have been for us to never be here. That would have been the easiest thing. The easiest thing would have been for us to tell the truth about the thing.
But the governor
court
called us in a
ruled.
special session,
Well, I'm doing my duty. I was called in, so I'm here.
so let's pass
But a
this.
part of my duty also is to tell the truth. The Calais case specifically, and my colleague read it so eloquently, it does not impact the Milligan case. We know that. So why are we here? And that is rhetorical. I mean, I have some speculations about why we're here. I have some speculations about why we're here. But why are we here? When you all passing these two pieces of legislation, you're going to be in violation of our own amendment. Even according to our Attorney General, that was actually filed in Circuit Court as well in 2024, Montgomery County, right here, which clerk. Money is being spent. You all have to pay us when we're here. You got to pay all this extra law enforcement that was here. And y'all, they had to buy some desks. We took a beautiful picture at the end of the last session in here, that was supposed to signify our very last day here in this chamber. So that's why you see tables instead of desks on this side. It's so interesting to me that the only desks that are left are the Democratic desks. We're the only ones that actually have desks left, but we weren't even supposed to be meeting again. So they had to purchase, because I saw a picture that it was white tables in here first. They spent money on those, and I guess the white tables were not cute enough, didn't look good, so they came back and bought some black tables. We weren't even supposed to be back in here, wasting the taxpayer dollars. Didn't have to be here at all. But there's always a silver lining. Always a silver lining. The people have woken up. That's the silver lining. The people are paying attention to what's going on here. That's the silver lining. My mom, I hope she's still on. I really hope she's still on there. Graduated from Western Olin High School, class of 1969. A student at the school that is now Jackson Olin High School. My mom, citizen of the city of Birmingham. My mother told me about how, as students, they fought injustice. And I've always thought about that. I was born in 1973, and I've always thought about that. If I would have been alive during the movement, what would I have done? Would I have done as my mother and her classmates to jump out of the windows to be able to go march? Would I have done that? I've thought about it. Would I be one of the students that would have sat at the lunch counters? Would I have done that? Would I have been one of those folks? Would I have been a part of major boycotts? Would I have done it? What would I have done? I don't have to wonder anymore about what I would have done. Because right now, we're in the midst of a movement. The silver lining is the people of the state of Alabama have woken up. They've been down here at this legislature protesting. They are texting, they are calling, they are putting all kinds of things on social media. The silver lining is they are awake. And they are paying attention. Matter of fact, I've been begging folks. I get frustrated sometimes that we go through the battles that we go through here and nobody knows about it. But the silver lining is they have woken up. They are paying attention to what goes on in this body. And the silver lining is that we are no longer alone. We are not in this battle anymore by ourselves. That is the silver lining. And as I close for my next member to come and say and have a word, thank you to the people of the state of Alabama. Thank you to the protesters that have come here. Thank you to every phone call, text message, and pat on the back of Atta Girl. Thank you for fighting for us. The silver lining is they are awake. And the mantra now is we are not going back. We're not going back. Some want to take us back because I still don't know what Make America Great stands for. Because it ain't been great for all people. But we're not going back. That's the silver lining. I'm excited about it. I'm excited now that people are engaged and feel empowered and know the fight and the way we have been fighting for him. That is the silver lining. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield my time to none other than my colleague from Jefferson County and my seatmate, friend, and sorority sister, Senator Linda Coleman Madison.
All right, Senator Coleman Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I am not going to regurgitate everything that's been said, my esteemed colleague across the way, because I think that my colleagues on the Democratic side have covered the issues well. I want to continue and thank all of the people who came and who are still here. They are watching. Thank you. I have been trying for years to wake us up. You all have done what I have not been able to do. I'm serious. Somebody asked me after serving on the city council, Birmingham, for 12 years, says, is there something that you feel that you would like to have done or some accomplishments? What is it that you feel that you would like to have done that you didn't do? I guess they were thinking about a project. I told them empowerment. If I could empower the people to understand that you have the power, you make the difference, you are the boss. In our interim, when we were out of session, I had a workshop on the 24th of last month called Citizen Engagement and Empowerment. A lesson in how government works at every level and how to get engaged. And I'm hoping all of those people that attended that workshop are better understanding now how the process works. You saw all the people that were out front. I was overwhelmed. I did not know. And yes, sometimes we feel like we are down here fighting by ourselves and the people are not paying attention, but thank God for you guys for waking them up. You have awakened a sleeping giant. I'm not just talking about black folks, white folks, Hispanics folks, Latino, Asian, Indian, everybody was out there. It was a rainbow of colors. It is what our state is all about. It represented all of the talents and the people in this state. And they understood that this is the people's house. They are the people who are in charge. The beginning of the Constitution says, we, the people, and sometimes we down here forget who the people are, why we're here. There have been so many pieces of legislation that we passed, and people from your own party came down. They were opposed to things, and you went right ahead and passed. Of course, now one of them, it got to the floor. I think some people had a change of hearts. But it's time for us to have a change of heart today. We had young people. We had the elderly, gay, straight, disabled, everybody. I love the saying that the disability community has. Nothing about us without us. You understand what that means? And this is a case of being disabled. Because right now you're trying to cut the legs out from under the voters. You're trying to take away their voice to say they don't matter. And then you want to make sure that they don't have a voice at the ballot box. In other words, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you. If you want to vote, here are your choices. But none of the choices that you've given me are the people that I want to vote for because you don't understand where I'm coming from. It makes a difference. It makes a difference that we see Hispanic people, Black people, Indians, Latinos, Asians. It makes a difference that we see them represented in this body because I really can't really speak for them. Not all of them. As Senator Vivian Figger says, I can empathize. But we don't even want to, we want to draw the lines, well, it's based on, economics. Whose economics? Them that got or them that don't have? What? Them that what? The have and the have-nots? That's the way I look at the economics. The have and the have-nots. So I guess we're going to put all of them, the have-nots over here, and them that got over here. And we know how that goes. Them that got make all of the decisions. I really wish I could get inside some of the minds and see what that little gerbil is doing running around in that little. I don't understand. You're my friend and I love you. But I just don't understand sometimes where we're coming from. We need to understand that the fabric of our state is under attack. It really is. You see, you may be looking at this as a single act right here. This is about, well, it's about the D's and the R's. They say when elephants fight, the only thing that gets hurt or trampled is the grass being the people. We are fighting down here for power that is not our power. The power belongs to the people. None of us will be here forever. What we are doing, the laws that we make will last. It's going to last throughout our generation and the generations that come after us. And just like things changed when the Democrats had control, and I used to tell them, even on this floor, I said, y'all need to stop geeking each other. And they laughed at me. They said, what do you mean? I said, stop poking the bear, so to speak. Like Senator Figures, I'm talking to my own folks. Stop geeking them. Let's be fair. We may be here right now, but one day things are going to change. And I can remember when it happened. I put on my Facebook, congratulations. I'm talking to the Republicans. Congratulations on your win. Everybody should have a turn at the bat. I believe that. And that's what I wrote on my Facebook. Congratulations. I look forward to your leadership to see how you would lead. And I think that first year in particular, you found out that it's not easy to be in that role. But I expected for you to be fair. I expected that you all would have some of the same angst and hang-ups and arguments that we had, and I know that you have, even within your own party. But I expected for you to be fair. I did not expect to be marginalized, disregarded, and say that you don't belong. I didn't expect that. I thought we as a state had gotten beyond that. I thought we as a people, as a whole, regardless of color, had gotten beyond that. You know, if you travel to other countries, it's not necessarily about color, it's about nationality. And I thought we had 9/11 brought us a little bit closer together, but all of a sudden, maybe it didn't. We were all one nation. We come in here and we pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God. Freedom and justice for all, but we don't really mean that. We mean freedom and justice for some because the laws that we pass tell the people that we represent, and in your district, in all of our districts, you have all of these diverse populations. And they are in the minority. What are you telling them? What message are you sending them? I want you to try to imagine, first of all the talents that we have in this state. Stand here on this podium, I look at those desks over there that was built by the talents that we have locked up in our prison system. All diverse populations. I look at the talent that once, if they are here in our schools and matriculating at our colleges, once they finish, and we are wondering, how can we keep this talent here? What are we telling them? You want to know how you keep the talent here? You appreciate them. You don't say because you are different that you're not going to be treated fairly and equitably. We are about recruiting. We talk about business and economic development. You say that's one of your criteria, is economic development. You ask a young person, if you want to stay in Alabama, you see the sessions, what's going on? Even before that, they'll tell you no. There are no opportunities in Alabama. Because you see, there is a huge glass ceiling for minorities, people of diverse talents. And there are a lot of people from other countries who come here who are citizens, engineers, doctors, what have you, all your IT and chip people. This is what they do. People from Taiwan, heck, chips is their number one thing. You can't run anything if you don't have the chip. But we don't appreciate those people. They'll be locked up, round up, and run out. I want you to just imagine what this state would look like if we spent not even half of the time, if we just spent a fourth of the time elevating people, respecting talents, building up our state, addressing issues that impact everyday citizens, being able to utilize that talent that we have and nurturing that rather than building up a wall, finding ways to exclude rather than include people. Can you imagine what our state would be like, how far we would have gone if we had done that? And again, just look at the talent that we are losing in our state. You can talk to any business about recruitment, about getting people, as you always use the term, qualified. Well, we're losing all the qualified talent to adjacent states. And after a while, we're going to be losing them to other countries because we focus too much on skin color rather than the content of a person's character. Yes, I'd like for you all to walk a mile in some of our shoes.
Senator,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I agree with your comments that you just made. That comment that you just rendered from Dr. Martin Luther King when he stated about his children, the hopes that he has for his children of being judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I agree with that. I think we all agree with that. And frankly, I think we're moving this bill as a means, I am personally convinced, is moving more toward that goal, toward that ideal. We are trying to find a way to get us to a point where we can judge more about our character rather than physical attributes.
Let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question. Why don't we exclude color, period? Because you see, the census is about counting people. Yes, you want to know about the diversity that you have because people are different.
I agree with that. I agree with that completely. I think the asking of the questions of one's genealogy is not the government's business.
When I was a disaster volunteer, and I remember they sent me to Puerto Rico for 3 weeks, I learned a lot about that culture. And what I learned was that it says, treat people like they want to be treated. We're offering them one thing, but they're accustomed to something else. I might be offering them a bed to sleep on, but they're accustomed to sleeping on a cot. They're comfortable. Asian people are like that. But I don't know that unless I ask them. And we had these cookies that we could never get rid of. And they were called bimbos. There was a name brand of the company. And they said, well, they're not taking them. I said, well, what's the problem? Well, come to find out, that's a kind of a vocal name, you know. So we couldn't pass off the bimbos, but that's a cultural thing. Again, nothing about us without us. You got to ask. You say, well, that's not what it's intended, but we are trying to tell you every time one of us comes to this mic, that's exactly what you're doing. You can continue to try to push it. We are the minority population in the state, but growing minority in the sense of when it comes down to black, white. So all that we're asking here is that you acknowledge that fact and acknowledge the fact that we deserve to have a seat and a voice at the table. So for you to say, but that doesn't do that, it does do that.
We can't understand one another better when we isolate ourselves and when we put ourselves within the singular group. I came from an area that has a community that was isolated. insofar that their dialect was very different. And the answer to that was not further isolation. It was involving them so that we could understand them and they could understand us. So
Do
that
you
them and
think, do you
us
think you can
would
involve
become
me when
us.
you don't listen to me and I don't have a voice? How do you involve a person when they have no voice?
You expand the communities. You expand the communities. And
But you want to expand it with who you want me to accept. Again, using the example in the disaster case, they're saying, I don't want this. This is not who I want or what I want. And you're saying, take it anyway. It doesn't work that way.
well, it may not. We
No,
don't
it doesn't
know what
work.
will work. We don't know precisely what will work. Life is a general experiment of things, and politics is a reflection of human activities.
History has
among different
shown us,
orders.
we don't have to even go down that road. History has shown us that it doesn't work. But let me just continue because I don't plan to stand here an hour here. We have come a long way in Alabama.
I have.
You gonna take what?
I've been here for an hour.
You have. You've been here for more than an hour, and I applaud you for that. Alabama has come a long way. People are surprised when I tell them that I'm from Alabama. And they're like, why?
We have that in common.
I'm proud of our state. I'm not proud of some of the things that we stand for sometimes. But I am
None of us
proud of our
measure
state.
up to where we want to be.
Yes, we're not there yet.
Correct. And we're trying to reach there. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today. That's one of the reasons I feel strongly that this is a method, a means of getting closer.
But the
to those
courts, the
ideas.
high court has already told us, and what you're proposing doesn't work. You know, it's like going to a restaurant and you order a hamburger and it tastes like, and you say the hamburger's not good and you send it back. And they bring you another, so, well, oh, let us give you 2. And I'm like, I've already told you it doesn't taste good. Now you keep trying to give me 2. So understand, it's not working. It's not good. Alabama became a model for the whole world in racial getting along, a collaboration, or moving beyond our differences and our barriers in spite of our history. And even today, we still are a place where people come to learn. But for some reason, we missed the boat on our own lesson. We overcame. And Birmingham changed from Birmingham. We went from a place of revolution to reconciliation. We're still working on it. Other people came to learn, and other countries went back and they changed. They learned from Birmingham. They used our model. They used the state of Alabama's model. But somewhere down the line where other people learned and used it and became better, we decided to revert back to old ways. And that's what I don't understand. What happened? Why all the hate? And you can say, well, no, it's not, that's the way I see it. Why all the hate? I mean, do we want our children to continue this same battle that's going? Do you want your children to fight the same battles that we are fighting, that we fought in the past? There were battles that was fought on both sides.
We don't. We don't. Neither of us want that. And I don't believe this is a matter of hate. This is not an action of hate. It isn't. This is a disagreement between the methodology of how we're going to approach a matter.
But you know what? Okay, the court has decided I'm not taking your maps. I'm taking your maps. We're going to draw fair maps. And I will say, even some of the maps that we had were skewed the other way. Everybody, I mean, if you ask us to do, we're going to do it just like you all drew your maps. But because you were the majority rule. But the court even actually gave you another opportunity to come back and say, this map is a bad map. It is racially discriminatory. It does not meet any of the criteria that we have set. Go back, gave you another chance, draw a new map. You refused. It's just like that bad hamburger. The court says, this doesn't meet the muster. You say, give it a while and we'll let it sit here in the oven and keep it warm and give it back to them. And the court said, I told you it doesn't work. Now what do? We wait a while and we come back. So that same map has been sitting there in the refrigerator, probably got mold on it by now. It wasn't a good map then. We take it out, we heat it up, and we say, we're going to get this now because they've got this other case, even though it had nothing to do with us. But we're going to slip this one in anyhow because we feel that the courts are more friendly to us now because we got a majority of our folks on there. But you know what? Even with the court being majority Republican on that court, on the Supreme Court, I still expect for the court to be fair. I still expect for the scales of justice to balance out. I still expect for them to represent all people of all color, regardless of race, creed, or their ability to have economic, wealth or what have you. I still hold the high Supreme Court in high standards. I'm not doing the thumb or the middle finger to them. So I still say, do we want to have our children fight the same battles all because of the color of their skin, the color of your neighbor's skin? Your children who go to school with all type of ethnic groups, and most of them, their best friends are people of different cultures, another country, a different color. How will your actions impact their thoughts? How do you think they feel about you? Because they may not articulate it. The kids are smart. And sometimes they listen to what we say, but more importantly, they listen to what we do. And what you're doing is sending a message. Are we cutting our nose off to spite our face? And I just want you to just imagine what Alabama could be like. What would it or could it have been like if we had just spent half of the time or a tenth of the time building bridges, valuing diversity of this state, building up rather than tearing down? Building up, being builders rather than people who tear down. Someone once told me, you are either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. And right now, the choice is yours. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Senator Hatcher.
All right, Senator Hatcher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not attempt to regurgitate all of the eloquence, logic, cogent arguments of my colleagues who I am proud to serve with and grateful for their courage, for the courage of their convictions to come before this body to plead for that which is a sacred right. I do wish to share, just as a thought, and I will be brief, a paragraph here from Dr. C. Eric Lincoln. It's entitled, "The Iceman Cometh." The Iceman cometh, but the fire is already here. as we prepare for the transition from a relatively pedestrian black and white society to the formidably complex, true multicultural spilling over the horizon. We would do well to anticipate the more likely sources of the problems that lie ahead and assess our available resources for dealing with them. So as we probe more intensely the shifting parameters of the developing multicultural, which is already reshaping life and living here in the United States, too little is being asked, too little is being said, and practically nothing of consequence is being done to ease our transit from the harsh, inflexible conventions of yesterday toward the gentler, more humane, and caring society tomorrow will demand as the minimum investment in our national survival. In our national survival. I do believe this irrational fear of the great replacement mythology informs a lot of behaviors. I do know that this particular bill I've had a chance to speak to in committee, so I won't take up the time here. And I do know that it is the slippery slope to that which is held so dear as it should be to all of us. We did not become a democracy, not really, until around 1965. It's a mere 61 years. I had the blessing 2 days ago on my birthday of turning 61 rather. See, y'all done messed around and aged me with this process here. And in the process of thinking about that, I did share in committee that I can imagine if my mother was still alive, one of the first things she would say to me is, I thought we'd already fought these battles. Here we are, back at it again. It was, I said in that committee meeting, Dr. W.B. Du Bois, in his book entitled The Dawn of Freedom, I believe, who says, and I'm paraphrasing, he says that the question of the vote is a settled question, that it was a necessity for Black folk to have that particular franchise offered to them. That was written in 1903, and here we are in 2026, still needing to make the case for why it's so important for the Voting Rights Act to be protected. You may say this bill is not about the voting rights, but it is. It's that slippery slope. I do know that ultimately the Calais decision is being used in this particular special session as a pretext for what we're hoping, or at least you all are hoping, that the court-ordered injunction would be lifted. Somehow or the other, in the midst of all of this, in the midst of what it means to have the privilege, the right, cannot be taken lightly and is not taken lightly by us. And so I am personally thankful to my colleagues who come before me to share in detail why it's so important that this is protected. We got to figure out how to get our babies on the other side of this madness, because unfortunately, they will be the inheritors of this particular problem. It seems that every cycle or so in the sentimentalities associated with so many fears that occurs within the community, that every cycle or so we are revisited by a move backwards as opposed to the move forward. And I can't imagine that I would be in this chamber at this time making the case or attempting to make the case for why it's so important that we not do what it is that I know we are going to do, which is to pass House Bill 1 out of this chamber. Our colleagues have already said that there was no real purpose in our coming together. The Calais case did not mandate such. And so here we are in this chamber attempting to do that which we were not mandated to do, when in fact, as someone just alluded to, there are so many other circumstances, situations, dire situations that require our attention. Hospitals closing, dialysis centers closing, people who are struggling right now to pay for gas, people who are struggling to buy food, all the things that we potentially could be addressing. And here we are addressing this particular situation. And I got to say this part too. I think that as a Black person in this country of ours, I'm just tired of folk messing with us. Whether we're talking about DEI or affirmative action or the cuts to K through 12 schools, just sick and tired, as Fannie Lou Hamer would put it, of being sick and tired. And so here, purpose in all of this at this moment is hopefully that we will somehow come to our senses and recognize that at the end of the day, all we have is each other. And my final thought on this particular day, in this hour, when in fact we have found ourselves yet again relitigating the things that we litigated in the 20th century, and now doing so here in the middle of the 21st. I hope that we can practice the golden rule with some degree of courage. Here's the last part of what Eric Lincoln says. Now we must prepare for a new society which gives full honor to what we profess to be. But we must not let the lingering haze of the smoldering fires of yesterday obscure the possibilities inherent in tomorrow. And then I will skip down to where he says, we all belong in the forefront of human enfranchisement. That is the least we can do for our country. That is the most we can do for each other. That is the best we can do for ourselves and for our posterity. That is the ultimate meaning of survival, and the only strategy that will work. I call it no-fault reconciliation. That is the recognition that we are all of a kind, with the same vulnerabilities, the same possibilities, and the same needs for God and each other. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. Senator Beasley, do you want to be recognized? All right, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you the best I can why I'm here. In 2009, when I knew that former Senator Myron Penn was going to step down from the Senate from District 28, I was in the House at the time. It served 3 terms. And I realized that District 28 was a minority district. I realized that who I am. And I gave it a lot of thought, a lot of prayer, talked with my family. We decided to make it a go. But I also have a very good friend in Barber County, between Clayton and Louisville. His first thing he said when he did a commercial for me, that I've been knowing Billy Beasley over 65 years. I said, well, everybody's going to know I'm kind of an old person. 65 is really pretty young. But anyway, I talked with him, and he told me something. He helped me a lot to win the election. But he says, Billy, he says, you know, you don't want to represent just one kind of people. You want to represent all the people. And I thought back when I grew up in Clayton, and Clayton is a small town. My daddy was a farmer. We ran a little small grocery store. And I've been around black people all my life. By the time I was about 6 or 7 years old until my adult life. And they've always been good to me, and I've always been good to them. And then when I decided to run for this seat, first place I went, have 6 counties. Have Barber County, Henry County, Bullock, and Macon, part of Russell, and part of Houston. First place I went, first county, first town, was Tuskegee in Macon County. And I went around to the courthouse and met public officials in Macon County. Went by one office. He was tied up. He sent word back to me by one of his employees that he'd really like to visit with me. So after 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so, we had a real good conversation. And I sensed at that time that he was receptive to me by being a white person running in a minority district. And he and I, over the last 16 years, have become very good friends. And I've really done that throughout my Senate tenure in all the other counties. As I said earlier, the district that I represent is a minority district. And I sense what's happening today is we're trying to take away the privilege of a black man running in a congressional district. The district lines were established by the Alabama legislature. He ran for the office. He worked hard. He's very capable. Comes from a political family. And I didn't realize until today when his mother said they had 10 opponents. I didn't know that. But I do know the outcome. And he has served the 2nd District well. And for the Alabama legislature come with a bill to take that privilege, opportunity away from him is wrong. I just don't think we need to allow that to happen. You know, when you get into politics, you never know exactly what's going to happen. Whether you're going to be successful, whether you're going to get unsuccessful. I've had experience in politics a long time, mainly supporting other folks. You well know, when I served 3 years in the Army in the middle 60s. When I came back to Alabama, I resided in Chilton County. Y'all might not know that Chilton County is a pretty Republican county. Has been for a long time, I guess since Goldwater. But my brother's also been involved in politics a lot in his lifetime. And he was the campaign manager for Jim Allen, who's a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. He got me involved to help him in Chilton County. And I hadn't been in Chilton County about a year. Really didn't know very many people. But I've always had the conviction if you decide to do something, give it 100%. And I've thought about it this morning. I've heard a lot of eloquent speeches here. I've heard some from that very passionate because he's lived it. And then our minority leader gave it, his comments were really based on the law. And, you know, we all law-abiding citizens, I think the law needs to prevail. But everybody has made some strong points. And, you know, I've been in the retail business. My daddy had a grocery store, and I've been in the retail drugstore business for a long time. And the business we in the drugstore business, you know, when a patient comes in, gives you a prescription filled, you fill a prescription, talk with the patient, but it's done in a matter of minutes. This process goes on for a long period of time. We've been here since 9 o'clock, so we've been here going on 5 hours. And that's kind of the process that we go through. But I'm standing up today for what's right. Senator Figures, Congressman Figures, I'm sorry. His mother's a senator and he's the congressman. But he won the race fair and square. And the people spoke, and I don't think the members of the Alabama Senate and Alabama House of Representatives need to make a decision to take that opportunity and privilege. And he's a man that serves his fellow Alabamian. And I just don't think we need to make a decision based on taking something away from somebody who's worked and has gained that opportunity as a member of the United States Congress. So, Mr. Senator, I'm going to yield my time back to Minority Leader, but I urge the Senate to pray about this decision you're getting ready to make, and I hope that you will make the decisions in the best interest of all Alabama, and especially folks in the 2nd Congressional District. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Senator Beasley.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
I'm not going to belittle this and beat this horse any longer, because I think we've said all that can be said. We'll put on the record what we want to put on the record. I just want to reiterate that the Calais case has nothing to do with Milliken. We're in violation, if we pass these bills, of what we know is an injunction that is out there. We also know that there's a state constitution that we have to abide by, and that we pass ourselves, that we are going to be in violation of it. May 1 was your date, and we came here on May 4th. We had already violated that constitutional issue at that particular time. And regardless to what you feel that it is politics, it is a little bit more about politics to us. It is about a people. And I want to thank all of those people out there, both black and white, Hispanic, Indian, who was at some places I was in last night, who support us in what we're doing. Because this is just not a black issue. This is a moral issue. It is an issue that people who have some humanity about themselves believe that we're standing over here on the side of right. And some of them are going to let you know at the polling place once you go to the polling place. So don't be surprised if some of you don't show back up here on this issue, because you're being silent. You see, I was always told that tyranny will always survive for good men and women if they sit around and do nothing. Because many of you have told me that you don't want to do this, but you don't speak up against it. And when you don't speak up against it, it says that you're with it to me. And because you're with it, then own it. And some of you have been tweeting back, yeah, we standing up. And I know somebody said they're going to put it on their page that, yeah, we've done the deed. We're silenced. We've taken away. We're giving Mr. Trump what he wants. But y'all going to go down that drain with Mr. Trump. I'm telling you, he's falling deep. And I know that someone said that they wanted the whole state to be red. And I know the Attorney General said in one of his presses that Congressional District 7 would be better off if it was under Republican control. Well, let me tell you about these red states. We're 49th in education in red states. We're number 1 in infant mortality in red states. We are, in terms of homelessness and houses, we're 35th in terms of fair housing in red states. Red states is not in the top 25 in anything, but something bad. So I don't know how we're better off in a red state as a people if we're still at the bottom. So with that, I'll give you that opportunity to go on and call this roll.
All right, Secretary,
Because-
call the.
Excuse me, I'm not finished just yet.
Okay, I thought you were saying go.
Give you that opportunity to call this roll because we want the long roll and I want it to be noted. So don't get mad when I post that each and every one of you, your pictures, to show that you voted, because it would be the truth, against the Voting Rights Act. You voted against people having a voice in Congress. You are voting against generations of a people who have struggled and died to make this country better. And at the end of the day, you are going to have to account for that. I'm going to be back. And I'm going to be back and I'm going to smile. Because some of you are not going to make it back. So with that, Mr. President, I would like to have the long roll.
All right, Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton.
Aye.
Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchens. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Milson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams. Mr. Woods.
27 ayes, 8 nays. House Bill 1 passes. All right, Senator Albritton.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the acknowledgement. I want to thank this body. I want to thank all those across from us that had this very detailed and professional debate. We have aired everything that we can do. I want to thank everyone here for the civility that we've shown to each other, for the respect that we've given to this body. I thank the Mr. President,
Thank you, Senator Albritton.
Governor, for all that we've done. Thank you.
All right, Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, at this time, I'll make a motion to Sonny die.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned. Sonny die.
Thank you.